Module 5, Creating Winning Workflows with VBOUT. In the previous module, I covered in depth everything you need to know about funnels, what are funnels, how you should strategize and build them, how to get the traffic, how to create an amazing experience from lead gen and all the way to conversion. We covered things such as webinar funnels, video email funnel, SaaS funnel, and a handful more of these, including all the specifics, all the ingredients that you need to have, as well as the KPIs that you need to focus on to gauge success. In this particular module, I'm going to dive even deeper to share with you how you can actually use the technology to build your workflows, the core of the marketing automation, these sequences of events, and how you can implement them at scale. Now, by the end of this module, you'll have all the stuff and all the knowledge for you to go out and build these like a professional. Between strategizing on the funnel, choosing the right workflow for you or for your business, and doing the implementation, which is usually people are afraid of that. They think is the hardest part of it. They're afraid of tech. I'm going to teach you that. Okay. And what I'll be covering are 15 workflows. And like I mentioned before, the terminologies might differ in other places, workflows, automations, drips, etc. So when I refer to them in any of these, I'm talking about the same thing. I'll be covering sales pipeline automation, renewal reminders, contact tag automation, leads scoring automation, content nurture, very popular one, web push nurture, an amazing underutilized technology that's available on VBOUT, event reminders, the happy birthday offer, a no-brainer for any brick and mortar business, the exclusive coupon offer, review request automation, a must-have for I would say 90% of businesses, retargeting from email. When people open or click an email, you can actually put them in a retargeting campaign. E-commerce automation, sunset cleanup policy automation, guided onboarding drips, and website engagement alerts. Now, obviously, you can build hundreds and hundreds of different scenarios, different workflows that will apply for your business. However, I'm just giving you these 15 to give you all the foundations, how you can actually utilize the tech, as I mentioned, and come out of this as a pro. You can implement these on any marketing platform of choice. However, we've made it so much easier on VBOUT. We actually are giving you so much support, so much coaching, the education, and amazing ongoing, I would say, our support is unparalleled in the industry, and not to mention the awesome tech. Now, I might sound like I'm overselling this, but actually our entire strategy and our entire culture is literally what I just described. Amazing team that's going to back you up along the way, educating you as much as we can, and providing you ongoing support and an amazing platform so you can scale on. Now, the toolkit that I'll be covering, I've actually built these, so let's go ahead and go through them real quick. So obviously this is going to be our canvas where we're going to building these automations. We're going to have also our automated messages. So what I've done, I created a sample email. I also have a sample browser push, which we will use. Show you that real quick. Okay, and I've covered this in a previous module, how to build them and all the elements that are involved. I've also created a sample landing page with a form, okay, basic form here, so you can actually, we can just use it together in this particular sample, and also a dummy store for our e-commerce workflows. Okay. Now, one last thing that I've created is our task pipeline manager. So that's a sales pipeline sample, because we're going to be doing some automation on that and doing some automated assignments. So these are the ingredients we'll be working with together. Now that we've set the stage, let's go ahead and start building our first automation. The first automation I would like to cover is sales pipeline automation. This one works really well with organizations that have sales teams or success managers in charge of reaching out to their clients. This can function in the realm of CRM, so if you're using VBOUT as a soft CRM, this will work perfectly for you. It requires any trigger, which is joining a list, clicking a link, engaging with your website. It also requires a sales VBOUT pipeline, which you can set up on your VBOUT account, and an active form in case you are doing a join form prompt. So let me show you how this works. Now on VBOUT, under your automations, you can either build this from scratch by creating automation, or you can access the automation templates in the middle tab or the second tab from your screen. Here you'll see all pre-made templates, and you can simply look up sales in the search box on the left. You click use template, and this will pre-populate this for you. Okay. Now here you're going to see instructions or a quick description of what this does. You can edit this note and tweak it so it applies to you. And here you'll see 3 different triggers. Everything in square is a trigger, and everything circle is an action. Now the way I built this is as follows. On the left panel, I dragged over any of the triggers, as I mentioned in the previous tutorial, is what begins the automation. For instance, I can drag custom event, and I'm going to configure it in a second. I can drag click in a link inside an email. This is email specific, so when you see click link, that pertains to email. I also can add join. That means people filled out a form. And now that I have these 3 triggers, what I can do is switch to actions from the left and drag over create new task. Now in VBOUT, we call the pipeline cards tasks, and I'm going to show you how that looks. But here, what I'm doing now is I'm connecting these different triggers to the action, because everything we're doing follows the arrow. So that's exactly how I build this. Now, if I want to configure it, because obviously this is not complete, I can double click on the custom events. I can change that label and say when people maybe visit my pricing page. So that could be an option. And there's a lot of stuff here. It doesn't have to be when people engage with my website. It could be when they reach a specific lead score that they have. It could be when a tag is added, if you do tag management and creating tags on the leads. It could be based on e-commerce lifetime value. So there's a lot of options that we provide which can trigger this automation. Okay. Click on a link inside an email. If you double click it, this will prompt you with all the emails that you've sent. So whether you've sent them already, they are saved as drafts, or if you drill down all the way to the bottom, you might find also some additional stuff like automated or browser push. So it's not only email, it can be other things as well. And as you grow your usage of the platform, you might see a huge list. This is why this is filterable simply by typing. So I can do May, and this will give me everything that has May in it. And obviously from here I can go ahead and click on the email campaign that's relevant. Every time you see automated on the left in this particular format, that means that this message is an automation message, right? Now the traditional newsletter ones will be labeled as sent or as draft. So keep in mind the difference between a campaign that was sent and an automated message that's part of a workflow. Okay, so let's assume I'm going to choose one. Immediately all the links here will be shown. For instance, ads.tiktok or whatever links I've already included in there, and I can save configuration. Now mind you, here you have applied to historical data. This is the case where I can go back in time to people who previously have clicked on the email. So by the time I create this, I might have sent this and maybe 20 people have clicked. So if I want to go back in time, grab those 20 people and push them to the automation, I will use this function. If I don't want to and I simply want to do it moving forward for the 21st onwards of people who click on that email, then I will click no. You can actually drill deeper as well by clicking on the target segment. This will give you some additional filtering options. For instance, I can filter only by those who company size might have 1 to 20 or something like that. So these are predefined field values that I've created. Okay, very simple. But if I want to apply it to everyone, I just keep it as it is and I save configuration. Here is the joined. That means when people join a specific list, that means they filled out the form, you manually imported them via Excel, or you actually simply inserted the record yourself. However you add that lead or that contact, that's what joins mean. Now I do have a sample list which I call test to remove by Rich, which I can use in this case. So let me just go ahead and choose that, and that will be test form. Okay. These labels are only for your reference. And save configuration. Very basic. So what I've done so far is configure the triggers to tell the system when to begin this flow. Now, the task itself was not created, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to double click on that, and I can put the task name. Now, mind you, I can personalize the task name, or I can make it static. So if I make it static, so I can say new deal. And here, that every time I create a new deal inside the pipeline, it will be the same format. Or I can go inside here and I can actually configure it one by one. So I think I have this test list to be to remove by Rich, first name, and I can add deal to it. Very basic. Now I can assign it to a specific salesperson. I'll simply assign it to me for now. What kind of task? VBOUT supports different types of tasks within the pipeline. It could be a deal, or it could be just an assigned task. We actually merge the two views together. And I can keep it at, let's say, $1,000. Everything you see here can be modified later, so don't overthink it. I've already created a task sample board called Sales Pipeline. And you can have multiple, one for each person, one for marketing, one for sales. So super flexible from our end. You can adopt it for your own need. What stage this is going to be in, so I can call it lead in. And I can leave the date as it is because it's going to be stamped the time that the lead comes in. Okay. I can add additional descriptions such as please follow up with this lead from task form. And the lead details will actually be attached to this. So I'm going to save configuration. And what I will do here, just for the sake of this demo, I'm going to remove this one and keep it only for filling out the form. And keep in mind, you always have the flexibility to add and remove. These templates are made for you for full editing and full control. So adapt it to your own need. Okay. Now, some people go a little bit more advanced, and the way they do this is they create new tasks which can be assigned to different salespeople based on answers on the form. I'm going to show you how to do it, although this is not the case here. I'll be placing a simple example. But I can add as many as I want as far as creating tasks. And you can see all I'm doing is linking them here. But the way to tell the system which way to go and how to assign it, I'm going to double click on the arrow. Okay, and again, the way to access that filter is hover over the arrow. I can either click on that little gear or I can click anywhere on it. Now here there's a whole set of rules and conditions available. The one I'm looking for is field values. I can drill down by the list name. So test to remove by Rich. And I've created this already. So let's assume email address contains, I don't know, Gmail. So only if the email address in this particular case contains Gmail, I can assign it to myself. I can do a different one where if that field value is actually something else, I will assign it to a different person on the team. Field value, that's to remove by Rich. And let's assume as well the email address contains Yahoo. I can assign it to someone else. Okay. I think you get the gist here. Obviously, these filtering options that I've added are silly. Most of the times when you do this, you're actually looking at fields such as company size or some qualifying questions on the form. We're not doing that here. I'm going to keep it simple, but I wanted you to know that this is optional too. Okay. Now, what I did, I removed the arrows by Xing on them. I could have actually double-clicked and removed the condition, but I just did it that way. And that's it. Sales pipeline. I'm going to add a test on the top. Labeling is super important, guys. So if you want to create all your assets, make sure you label them properly. So sales test to be removed. And from the top right corner, I can publish. I'm redirected back to my automations. This is the pipeline to be removed. I will go ahead and activate it so I can test it. So let me go ahead and test this out and see how the results will show. All right, this is the sample form that I created. I didn't embed it on my website or inside a VBOUT landing page. I simply accessed it here for the sake of the demo. So I will go ahead and just insert my information. So rich@vbout.com. Richard, Rich, and my phone number. Okay, and submit. So the submission was successful. If I switch back and I look at my automation, I should see a pending action. So now the system is actually pending the execution of that record after going through all the different conditions and rules that we've set up, matching that this person applies, and then creating the task. So let's just give it a quick second and a look at the actual task board. Okay, I just refreshed it. It seems to have gone through. I'm going to switch back to my tasks. And here we go. I can see my deal on the left. I can see some additional information on the right, including my details. And I do have a lot of testing options here under the contact info. So I can see my details here too. I can switch to my pipeline view if you prefer that. So this is the deal. My name was picked up from the form. I appended the deal, which was static, and the amount as well. And obviously you can move this around, click on it, go back inside of the actual task details and modify any variables that you like. So you can modify who's it assigned to. I can assign it to someone else. I can modify the due date for reminder purposes because the system sends me reminders. I can obviously look at here and modify this. Let's say 2,000, 20,000. And I can change the stage. It's like I drag it and drop it in the pipeline. So here you go. This is how you can deploy a sales automation or sales pipeline automation on VBOUT in a few minutes. Renewal reminders automation. This particular automation is great if you'd like to send your contacts reminders for them to either renew their subscription, renew their service, perhaps just renew their monthly membership, whatever it may be. It requires a specific date trigger. It requires an active list with a date field. Very important to have a date field when you're collecting your lead information. If you're importing that from an Excel file, you need to have an Excel file, you need to have a date field on the Excel file. Messages that you need to configure with the reminder details. This could be an email, SMS, web push, all of these or one of these. It's up to you. And optionally as well, you can have a Facebook or AdWords retargeting for those that the renewal reminder is coming up. Okay. Let me dive into the automation and show you how you can build it. On your VBOUT dashboard, on your automation, you can access the automation template or you can create one from scratch. So I will go ahead and just type in renewal to find the template that we already created. And you can see here recurrent date sequence. So if you find the naming slightly different from the PowerPoint, this is probably because we are constantly changing and updating. So in this particular case, we're going to go ahead and use the recurrent date sequence. This will pre-populate this template for me. Now a couple of things will happen. On the top, you're going to see the naming. we're gonna do recurrent date reminder test. Now the way I build this is as follows. On the left, I dragged what I call a specific date trigger. I then switched to actions from the left, added a delay, just because the trigger usually executes daily at midnight. So the way you want to do it is add a delay from midnight to the moment you want to send the next message. Drag a message. You can see the Twilio SMS is also on the left. I'm dragging it here. And then you have the browser push in case the leads were opted into the browser push. If they weren't opted in, the system will simply skip that part. And then you have the sync to third-party automation, an optional action here. You don't have to put it in, but it allows you to send that lead to a retargeting audience on Facebook or on AdWords in order for you to serve them ads, maybe reminding them to renew. All right, so very simple. Now you see the shape here is a little bit of a wavy format. It doesn't really matter how you do it. The system is so flexible in how it executes it. You can do this. You can just go back in circles. I personally like that format because it follows the arrow, and that's how the system executes them one by one. So the first thing that happens is usually obviously the trigger, then the arrow, because arrows hold filters. If you want to add filters, for instance, you can add something here by double clicking it to say only those that visit my homepage or only those that have a specific tag. So there's a lot of options on the arrows that could be added. Then the delay, then the arrow again, action, arrow, and then you can continue as we go. Now we'll go ahead and just remove this for now. And let's configure them one by one. So here I'm going to double click on specific date to open up the pop-up that's going to give me more details to configure. I can change the label for my reference. I can say this is monthly reminders, let's say. I need to select my target list. This is super important, guys. You have to have that active in order for you to be able to find or drill down into the fields of that list. Now, in this particular case, I don't believe my test form has a date field, and that's probably not the best thing to do, but I'm gonna get around it by actually creating something else. So let me just this. Now, one important item here that you need to make sure you're doing is do it a recurrent date trigger, because this executes every day. If you do it on a one-time only, it's going to execute the next midnight and stops. So you want to do it recurrent because every day you want to go through everybody on that list, and from there obviously pick up those that match specific criteria. I'm going to configure that in 1 second. The launch date is when do you want to start this whole thing. So you can do it today, you can put it in the future, so the system will start executing this on the date you set here. Now if you'd like to check every day or a specific day, you can do that. By default it is every day, so if you just want to keep it as is, just ignore that part. Now the second part is a target segment. This is really important because what I need to do is find the date field that's relevant to me. So if I have on that list that I created a field which is, let me see, a date field, and that's the one I chose because it has a date of birth. And again, this is a silly example, but let's say the date of birth is my expiration date. So what I'm going to do here is, because it's a 30 days reminder, what I'll do, it's probably going to be depending on my date of birth. So if you have collected the expiry date of that service, then obviously you have the cutoff date. Then you will do is on, and you choose, or actually the date of birth is today. That means it's going to apply today and send them the reminder. Or you can do X days. So today is before 1 day from that date. Okay. Very important to understand how this works, because the date of birth here refers to today's date, is 1 day prior to the actual date of birth collected for each contact. That's sending the reminder 1 day before, but obviously I can do it 7 days prior to the expiry date or the date of birth. And you can get, come as sophisticated as you want. Now, if the date that I've collected was actually the sign up date, and I know in my mind it's going to be 30 days later, then what I'll do here is I will actually configure it to be 30 days after, or in this particular case 23 days after the registration date, right? So it all depends. Some companies, they sync over the expiry date, others they sync in the sign up date, and then they just calculate it 30 days before, or 7 days before, or 23 days after, if you're doing the 7 days reminder. Okay, so this is totally up to you. I'm not going to add any filters on the arrows, and then I'm going to double click on the time. So this is executing the same day, it detects it, and it's 8 a.m. I'm going to send an email. I haven't configured the email, but if I did, I'm going to double click it. From the drop down, I'll see all the stuff here. So maybe sample email for course. I've created this before for the sake of this demo. Now, obviously, if it was a reminder, what you need to do is include relevant details. For instance, today's your hello John, or hello Jennifer. Today's your membership is about to expire next week. We wanted to send you a reminder so you can renew your membership. Here's a link. Please click it to be redirected to the page to renew, right? So you can get creative with the text or the copy on this. The Twilio SMS is even simpler. You can create an SMS and simply just configure it. So there's obviously less verbiage that can be included in SMS. So it could be like a link in the SMS. Let me show you how that might look like as well. And by the way, you'll notice if I click to configure the SMS, it gives me an option to create a new one. And there's a refresh here. So this is going to still be open. I simply go here and I say this is renewal reminder. I'm going to choose my pre-configured phone number if I have any. See, hello, and then I know which list I'm using. I think I chose the LinkedIn one. So let me pull that up and insert the name. I don't want to put in the full name. I'm going to divide it by 2. This is very specific to VBOUT, so I'm actually just putting divided by 2 to have half of the name. Please click here to renew your membership. And you can include the link of choice, yoursite.com/renew. Now, again, you can get creative with this. It doesn't have to be that format. If you'd like to add UTMs to your URLs, we have an option here. This will help your Google Analytics tracking to be included. So any conversions that will be channeled from here will actually be added or tracked by your Google Analytics. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and create. Back to messages. I'm going to close this tab and go back to my original, refresh. This is the refresh icon to pull up that text that I just created. That's it. Similarly with browser push, I can do the same here by double clicking it. I can create a new browser push. And just put it in here, the renewal reminder. I'm going to choose my verified domains or verified web push landing pages. We have an option on VBOUT which is really amazing. You can actually use it for setting up your web push. Now, this is the title, and the beauty about SMS and browser push is that they're so short to configure. There's really not much to it. You have the title, so this is the title, for example, to renew. I'm going to put in the URL, yoursite.com/renew. I'm assuming you know that you need to have these proper variables. This is a gentle reminder to renew your membership with our company. Now you can add shortcodes as well, and this is the beauty of VBOUT. To some extent, you can configure even your browser push, and you can include them in here. You can change the logo, you can configure all that stuff, very easy. And if I check it, this is how it looks like. Okay, so the end recipient will see this, and by clicking on it, they will be redirected to the URL that you used. Obviously, I used the dummy content here, so don't mind this. Close this out. And that's it. That's all there is to it to create a browser push. I will go back to the system, refresh, and pull it up from the dropdown. Okay, and save my configuration. Here we go. Finally, sync into third party. Here, I can either sync it to, let's say, Salesforce connector that we have native in VBOUT, or third-party webhooks that you can configure. In this particular case, I'm doing retargeting audience on Facebook, so I can choose that, assuming I have one. I've already created one called Course Sample Retargeting, and I'm adding, not removing the record. Super important for you to note, I'm adding the record. And if I want to add another one to synchronize to AdWords, add another one from the left, double click it. From the drop down, choose that retargeting audience, and from the drop down, do a test audience. Add, and it's done. And that's it. That's all you need to create a recurrent date reminder on VBOUT. Basically, the most important thing to have is a date field that's going to capture when is the reminder date due, or when was the sign up captured, and then you'll determine that cadence to send out that reminder. Contact tag automation. This one is probably one of my absolute favorites, particularly because it's so simple to trigger. All it requires is adding a tag on the contact profile. It could also be automated. So for instance, one automation can apply a tag to a lead, and another automation can pick up that tag addition and then push the same person into another workflow. It could also be applied for lead scoring and a wealth of other things. All you need is the custom event trigger, which is called added tag. I'm going to show you what that looks like. And active contact tags that you created, for instance, adding a tag such as client or something very specific to your business. The messages that you would like to trigger once these happen. And of course, if you'd like, you can actually add syncing to third-party retargeting. If you'd like to take a level up, you can create a task and assign that task to a salesperson, a success manager, a support manager, whatever it may be. So you can create a complete workflow simply by adding a tag. Let's dive into it. Now on VBOUT, your tags can be managed from your drop down on the top right side, settings, contact tags. All your tags will be displayed here. You can add and you can remove tags as you would like. Now obviously, anything you remove here will impact probably other automations if you have them set up on that one tag you've removed, and lead scoring, etc. So you have to be careful. Now you don't have to add tags here. You can actually use the automation itself to add the tag. But in this particular case, what I'm going to do is create the automation and then add that tag on the contact profile itself. Now to create the automation that I just covered, I simply click on automations, automation templates, and here I'm going to search for tag automation. Here we go, and use the template. It's going to pre-populate the samples for me. Again, this is a simple note for myself. You can edit it, and from the top, I'm just going to do a test. Now, the way I build this is from the left. I have my custom event, which is one of the open triggers. I also added the delay. So after 5 minutes from adding that, I can begin a workflow. And you don't have to have a delay. I personally like to add delays, so to give a little bit of time for the execution of the items. So totally up to you. Then sending an email. And then depending if you'd like to send an SMS, a browser push, you can continue building this and even adding a delay between every one of these actions. Okay. So it's very simple. Again, dragging from the left to the right in the order I would like them to be executed, and then clicking on that arrow, linking it to the next action. Okay. Now, if you don't want this whole workflow, by all means, you are the owner of this. You are the captain of this ship. So you can add and remove and change the orders. Feel free to get creative with this. You don't have to stick around to the framework that I'm sharing with you here. Let me go ahead and delete. All right, so let's dive into the configuration. I double click on custom event, and I'm gonna change the label for my own reference, adding desk course tag. And here it's gonna just pull up the tag, all these different options. One of them is tag added, so that means when a tag is added to the profile. And if you remember on the previous screen, I had all these different automate or tags that were pre-created in the system. Now I'm gonna have to choose one of them here. So let's just take an example one here, XYZ. Okay, this is a quick sample that I've created before. And save configuration. As you can see, I didn't choose anything under the target segment, so I left it open. That means every single person, when that tag is applied to the profile, they're gonna go through it. But you can always use that target segment to maybe make it a little bit more specific to a particular target that you're going after. 5 minutes later, send an email, then send an SMS. So what I'll do here, I'm gonna remove the delay because I want to see the results. Link this, double click on the email, and choose the sample email that I've created before. Okay, that's it. And save configuration. Let's remove that. Double click on the SMS and choose the one I've created before for another tutorial. And also the browser push. Now the browser push, I've created one called renewal reminder. I'll choose that. And finally here, I double click on retargeting, which is completely optional. You can see from the drop down by simply connecting my Facebook and Google AdWords to VBOUT. I will click here and choose what target audience to add them to. I will remove this. And also, I'm not going to create a new task in this particular sample. So again, as you can see, keep an open mind, adapt it for your own needs, and just use it however you would like. Now, if I want to preview the assets that I've added, I simply click preview, and this shows me the email template, for example. And I can do the same for the SMS. Very simple. And I can do the same for the browser push. Once I've done editing this, I can go ahead and publish and exit. Okay, so the automation is active. I can see this from the status toolbar. I'm going to go to a contact, specific contact, and add to their profile a tag. Okay, so I just found myself on the lists. I'll click on my profile. Now from the right side, I will go ahead and add X, Y, Z. That's the suggested pre-created tag. And that's pretty much it. That's all I needed to do for me to actually be pushed into that automation. So let's give the automation a minute, and then I will look at my profile to see the results. All right, so now I see under the automations is pending one execution, which is myself. and I have obviously an email, an SMS, and a browser push that all need to be executed. So I'm going to wait for that, and I'm going to show you the end results. All right, guys, so here are the results. The automation has triggered. I have 3 completed, and as you can see on the bottom, I got the browser push notification, so that came through properly. And on my email, I've received an email as well. So if I go here, click, I will see the email that was sent by the platform. Flawless. I did get an SMS as well. However, it's I'm not connected to my phone to my PC. So it worked beautifully. I got all 3 messages, and they executed exactly as intended as soon as I added the tag. Lead scoring automation. A great way to use the scoring paradigm you set up on VBOUT in order for you to push your contacts to a specific workflow. I did cover lead scoring in a previous module, but to summarize it, lead scoring is a great way for you to set up in the background an automated system that tracks every engagement, every field value filled out by the user, form, page visits, email engagement, etc., and add up scoring so you can have a high score for the highest engaged users. Users or contacts in this particular context. Now, the requirements for this workflow are custom event trigger, active lead scoring setup on VBOUT, of course, whatever messages or message channels you want to activate, emails, SMS, web push. You can also push them to Facebook and AdWords retargeting campaign. And if you've activated your sales pipeline, you can send those leads to the pipeline and assign them to a salesperson or a success manager. Now, I always say keep an open mind. This is just a sample, a template. You can reshuffle it around, move and add things as you see fit, and makes more sense for your business. So let's dive right into it. Now, just as a quick recap, by looking at your funnel, you're probably going to see that VBOUT has already pre-scored people in the different stages. The ones on the top are the ones who are the least engaged. They have the poorest data set. They really don't have much going on. Maybe they're just leads that have uploaded via a specific event, etc. Or maybe they filled out a form and they never engaged beyond that. And everything here, and you can see most of the time the majority of people are on the top of the funnel. They're learning more, they're reading more content, engaging more and more. They might get pushed down, and you see as you go down the funnel, usually you have less and less people because the qualified and the most or the warmest leads are not the same as the highest part where people are reading and consuming content, right? So what we're doing here is we're taking, move or switch between one level from one color to another color. And by the way, what you're looking at here can be modified to have your own colors, your own labels, and whatever fit your own business. Okay. Now let's assume you've already set up your lead scoring and you're ready to go. And when people move from one stage to another, you want to be able to assign that lead to someone and send them a message. Okay. When I say assign the lead to someone, is someone internally on the team. So let's go ahead and go to the automation and set one up together. Under your automations, you're gonna go to your automation templates tab and scroll down or search until you get to your lead scoring template. And you see we have a lot of templates created already for you. By simply clicking use automation or use template, it's gonna preload that particular format. And as I mentioned before, keep an open mind and adopt this, shuffle it as you see fit. The way I build this is from the left panel. I'm on my triggers tab. I'm going to drag and drop the custom event. That's the first thing, is having the trigger in a square format. And then I'm going to switch to actions on the left and start building what happens next. Okay, I haven't configured it yet, but I'm going to do that in a second. Now, you're going to see the path going up and going down. And that particular format can be supported or redone in a different manner. But the way I like to break them down is to have one way going and executing the internal automations, things that are not necessarily communicating with the customer, but communicating with us as a team. For instance, creating a task. As soon as someone moves from one stage to another, I want to assign a task to someone on the team to follow up with that person. I want to notify the entire team. And these can be in the same task because tasks usually notifies people when they're created. However, if you want to notify more people, you can do notify team. And sync into third party, it's going to add them to a retargeting campaign. And the path below, what I'll do is I'm going to add the delay, and you can see I added 1 day here. Then I'll send an email and link it by clicking on the object and dragging that black arrow over. Always remember, the system is going to follow the direction of the arrow and execute them in the same order you've linked them. Okay. I can add another delay and send the Twilio SMS. Very simple. All I'm doing is just simply dragging and dropping and then linking them together. Okay. That's exactly how I built this below. Now, I could have done it slightly differently. I could have done it maybe even this way, where the first thing I do is create a task, notify team, synchronize to third party, and then execute the delays, right? So it will be something like this instead of branching out. So they will be executing the linear line technically. And the shape and the lines and how you order them, this is your canvas. So feel free to kind of arrange them either horizontally or vertically, okay? But again, to summarize it, the reason I've done it in that branch here is because I wanted to group all the internal automations in one line and everything external front facing in another line. Okay. We're not gonna really overthink this. I'm just gonna remove my rebuild here to start configuring them one by one. Once I've built the shell, I'm gonna double click on the event trigger. I always customize my trigger first and foremost. Now by double clicking from here, I'm gonna see custom events, and I'm gonna rename this label for my own reference, lead score or lead reached awareness stage. You can name it anything you want. When I say lead interchangeably with contacts, with customers, users, all of these sometimes are interchangeably used, but don't get too caught up with the naming. We're referring to people at the end of the day. Okay. Now this is the lead status. From the drop down, I'm going to choose either lead status changing or lead score. Now for me, lead score is a little tricky because I can say when people reach greater than, let's say, 50. But it doesn't mean a lot because sometimes a score doesn't tell me the level. People like labels. So instead of doing score, I'm going to do status. Status usually is a range of score from, let's say, 10 to 50. That's a range. That's top of the funnel. So what I'm doing here is executing a custom event. When the lead reaches the top of the funnel phase between 10 and 50, then what I'll do is I'll execute an automation. Okay. So this is what I'm doing here. And I can continue my build out, as you can see, create a task, assign it to someone on the team. And I've shown you before, you can personalize this. Let's say first name reached awareness. What this is doing, it will replace the name of the lead or contact with the actual name that we have on file and add whatever that static text is. I'm going to assign it to a salesperson. I'm going to put him as a deal, and you can change that. You can see when you choose a deal, it opens up an amount, which pipeline, and what stage, right? So let's say I'm going to put him in the consideration phase. Scheduled date, time, I'll leave those empty because usually they get stamped by the date and time that if the lead was activated on this workflow. And I can say this lead reached a new score. Okay. And save. Now I mentioned that notifying team could be the same as creating tasks, except notifying team, you're able to add different people to be notified. So I can add myself, I can add maybe the sales manager, I can add someone else on the team. So you just keep an open mind, whoever is the recipient, and they could be external. They don't have to be on the VBOUT platform in order for them to receive these emails. You can add them here separated by a comma. Now below, wait 1 day, I just added day by default, but you can change this to anything you want really. And the time that you want to execute it, I put 12 p.m. You can use any time that you prefer as well. You're going to leave these empty. You don't have to click any. It's going to execute any day. But if you specify, let's say Monday, that means that this workflow will only execute on Monday. It will skip all the other days. Okay, so be careful what you choose here. Just leave it empty as I do myself. Now I'm going to move to send email. I'm going to assume you've recreated an email. It could be, any of the stuff that I have here. I've created something previously called sample for the course. Very easy, one call to action. There's really not much to it. Logo, personalized, a video embedded here, and an option to view it. I really don't like stuffing emails with a lot of CTAs. I think one is more than enough for people to take action. I can wait 10 minutes and then send them a Twilio SMS. I've also created a test before. It could be, I think, the renewal reminder one. And you can see here, I've also personalized this. Full name divided by 2. Click here to renew memberships. And the beauty about SMS within VBOUT, Twilio SMS, is that we can personalize these and we can even track the clicks. Save. And finally, your browser push. Of course, this will only happen if the person that is entering this phase have an active subscription with your web push notifications. An amazing technology. A lot of people don't even use it, and it's so simple to set up. We have a lot of videos and resources on this if you haven't set it up already. Okay, and I think this is the example here. Okay, this one includes a coupon, but I have another one I think I've set up, renew a reminder. Preview. Renew, reminder to renew. That's it. And that's all it takes, guys, to set up your lead scoring automation. I did skip or remove by mistake the synced third party, but if you want to add, let's say, retargeting or this person to specific retargeting, I can go ahead and do that right from here by adding that record to a retargeting ad. As simple as that. Hopefully this was helpful. Content nurture automation. Now this has become staple for anybody doing content marketing and is constantly pumping amazing stuff, amazing articles, videos, and so on to educate their end target market. You can do it for your blog signups. You can do it for your existing client base if you already have a list. You can do it for if you have a course and you want to send content bits by bit. You can do it for also onboarding people on your platform. And I've even seen companies use it to onboard their employees and sending them the welcome kit on day 1, then an exercise on day 2, and so on. So you can get really creative with this. What you need to have is an active form or a list on VBOUT where you can upload your contacts to. You need to decide which channel you want to send messages over, email, SMS, or web push. It can be one or multiple of these. If you want to do retargeting, you can activate your Facebook and AdWords retargeting as well. So let me show you how you can build these inside VBOUT. Inside your VBOUT dashboard, you're going to access your automation templates. Now, of course, you can always create things from scratch, but we've assembled all of these awesome templates for you so you can start from a shell, which I'm about to explain to you in a second. But here you can also search for different categories and purposes. Now, what you need to do is get to the content nurture right here and click use template. This is going to load that workflow for me. It looks more like an outdoor Christmas lights. I like it. The first thing I need to do is on the top change the name to whatever naming convention. I will look at maybe a year from now and know exactly what it is. So this is for course. And what you see here is really a template. So what I want you to do is think outside the box, adopt this for your own need, and really think what works best for you. You don't really have to follow that format. Now, I've only added 6 messages. You can add a lot more than that. You can have an entire year worth of content. I've even seen people do 3 years worth of content, which for me might be a little bit excessive because you don't know what's going to go beyond 6 months. But hey, whatever works for you, this automation will execute it. Now, the way to build this is first add your trigger from the left. You're going to see all your triggers. You can see the tab here. I'm going to add joined. Joined meaning people filling out a form, being added to a list, etc. Then I'm going to add my delay. I switch to actions, scroll down, add my delay. I added 2 minutes. You don't have to. I add 2 minutes just in case people are filling out a form and kind of going one thing to another. I want to give them enough time to complete that one task, which shouldn't take more than 2 minutes. If you like, you can send it immediately without adding any delay. The next thing I'll do is add my send email. And you'll see I branched out up from the email to send a browser push. Okay. Now I could have done it going up and continuing like that template is showing. So for example, what I can do here is add another delay. And this example is the first delay. Then send an email 3 days later. Okay. And then do the automation or web push on top. By the way, if you hear the word web push or browser push, these are the same. I think web push are used more now versus browser push, which is slightly older terminology. But either way, we're talking about the same thing. And these are the browser messages that show up communicating directly with your Chrome or Safari or Firefox, etc. Okay. Now, I've branched out and to create that kind of reverse T format. But what I can do is do it this way. And instead of going up, I'll continue in a linear fashion, okay, or one line. VBOUT supports any of these. It doesn't have to be one versus the other. The reason I just did it up is because visually I know that people are going to go this way and get 2 things. 3 days later, they're going to get 2 things and go and continue that same flow. Now here I went down. That doesn't imply any change in the way these are executing. Actually, the same exact on top. I just wanted it to be contained in the same grid, so I don't have to scroll horizontally. Okay. But if you want to continue horizontally, by all means do that. The bottom right will have that little canvas controller, which you can kind of click on and move the view as you see. Hopefully I didn't make you dizzy. Okay. Now I didn't add SMS. I can if I want to. I'm just going to skip that for the time being. Now, as you can see, I'm building these as I go, and I have 6 pieces of content. You can have as many more as you want. All right. Now here what I did below is I also branched out from the sign up to a list to add them to third-party retargeting. So immediately after people sign up, I wait 2 minutes, send the email, and at the same time I'm doing an internal stuff which the client won't necessarily know about or see, and that's adding them to retargeting ad or audience. Now let's start to configure this. I'm going to double click on the trigger, the first thing that starts this whole thing. The system is going to pull up all the options. That label is for my own reference, so I can change it to sign up to rich test form. And I'm referencing back to one of my test forms that I've created, which is this one right here. Okay. It's freestanding form. I didn't embed it on my site for the sake of this demo, but you can create something on VBOUT in literally 2 seconds and have it ready as a gateway for people to sign up to. I would choose that same form, again, test to remove by Rich, because I want to tell this automation which form to listen to. On VBOUT, we have the capability to create hundreds of forms, and I need to tell the automation exactly which form to listen to. Okay. Now, because I activated my browser push or web push, very, very important, what I need to do from this dropdown, which technically shows me everything that people can opt into, on the bottom, you're going to see domains. These are the domains that I have activated my browser push. And below it, you're going to see the landing pages where I also activated my browser push, because VBOUT lets you do both, activate them on your site and activate them on our own landing pages. I'm going to go ahead and choose just my website to keep this simple. This is asking me, do you want to apply it to historical data? So if people filled out that form, let's say yesterday, and now I want to run this automation and get everybody from the past to be reinserted in it or inserted in it, then I will choose yes to go back in time, or keep it at no, so only future signups will actually enter this flow. Okay. Target segments allows me to filter more if I want to, let's say, target only those that have a specific tag or signed up on a specific date, etc. I don't have to. I'll keep it simple. Most of the time, it's just the entire segment anyways. That's it. Then I'll double click on my delay. Double click here. It says 2 minutes. I could definitely change that to anything that I want, or specific time. If it's within minutes, I wouldn't specify the time of the day. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Otherwise, I will if it's, let's say, day before, after, and it's going to be at 12 p.m. I'll keep this as is. I don't want to mess with it and choose only specific dates. Here, I need to double click on the send email. So if I double click on it, it's going to show me all the created emails. I already have one, which I called sample course. Okay, very basic template. And you can have, video 1, video 2, video 3, or whatever content with a hyperlink. I keep my templates very simple, one call to action, and the entire thing's focused on that to optimize click-throughs. I can choose that. And I can continue building this and choosing each item one by one, including the browser push, which I've already created before. Okay, let's say preview. It will look like this, except it will be delivered on the right side of their browser. And save. Now, I didn't add any filters on the arrows, and what I'm referring to is when I hover over these arrows, I can actually add some conditional filters and say only those that, let's assume, I don't know, added a tag of some sort. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep it simple. Everybody's going to be really be pushed through this and be added to this workflow one by one. Sometimes you might see people saying, if people don't click, then resend this. I really don't see the need for that. Now here below, I can double click on the sync to third party, choose my retargeting audience on Facebook, let's say. I created the course sample list and add a record. I can remove or I can add a record. Okay, very simple. I'm gonna zoom out a bit. Now, if I like to, instead of using sign up to a form, I can go back to my triggers and I can say I want to do a specific date trigger, which doesn't have a form necessarily we're waiting for people to sign up to. I can do it via date. So I'll just do this, double click on specific date. I'm going to choose that same list like I did before. When do I want to launch it? I can launch it tomorrow. One time, not recurrent. Be careful. Recurrent will execute every day. And if you have 100 on your list, it's going to reinsert them as well. So I'll just do one time. And it's going to execute the same thing as I did here. But I did forget to add my domain. And by the way, that's type to search or type to filter is really handy. If you have a lot of lists like me, I would recommend just kind of referencing back to the proper naming and typing things in to fine-tune the filters. All right, so let me explain to you the difference. Sign up to a form. This requires people actually coming in and inserting their information. If I do this specific date, it's really not listening to a form. It's taking everybody inside a specific list and sending them this entire, or pushing them through this entire course of content delivery. Okay. This one is always active, the sign up to a list or sign up to a rich test form in this case. This one will execute once and it's going to stop. So if your purpose is to have an embedded form that's going to let people, at any given time sign up and get that content, I would not use the specific date. I will just use the sign up to a list, which is called on the left panel joined. As simple as that. I hope this was helpful, guys. Please feel free to adapt it to your own needs and build as much of a drip content that you like to educate the end client of your awesome stuff that you're building. Web push automation, also known as web push drip campaigns. If you would ask me today what is the simplest and most effective automation to set up for my business, I would tell you hands down it's web push automation. It is so simple to use and set up, yet most companies are afraid of it. They don't understand the mechanics of how it works. They don't understand the simplicity of composing these drip campaigns. I'm going to share with you how you can do it on VBOUT in less than a few minutes and how simple and effective it is to actually launch it side by side with your other campaigns such as the email drips or the onboarding drips and so on. What you need for this is a simple joined trigger or a date trigger. Join meaning somebody opting in to your web push prompt, and I'm going to show you how that works. Also, you need an active web push installed on your website, meaning that's the one line of code that we give you, or if you don't have access to your site backend and code, we can activate these on our landing pages. So no need to worry about touching any line of code or working with developers at that point. And of course, you need to have the content to include in your web push messages. So let's dive right into it. Now, the first thing you need is an active web push script. We call it the service controller, which communicates with your browser. Now, I did cover browser push or web push in the past and how to set it up. And we have a wealth of documentation on this on our VBOUT product site. But if you're wondering what are web push notifications, these are those simple messages that pop up on the side of your screen and they communicate directly with your browser. They don't communicate with your email or with your users' emails. They don't communicate with their phone. They actually just communicate with your browser hash and your browser ID. If you're still unclear what that is, don't worry. I'm going to get you there in a few minutes. However, to get started, you need an active installation of the service controller on your site if you want to prompt that on your website. But if you don't have access to that, what I've done here is visited my landing pages on VBOUT, and you can do the same on your account. So you can create a landing page. I created one simple one here. And what I've done on the right side is clicked on the drop down, and we give you an option to set up browser push notifications right here. So you'll see browser push settings. I'm going to click that. And one of the first options you'll see is enable browser push. You need to tick that on. By default, it's off. You just need to put that on. The opt-in design is that question that show up when people visit that landing page. I'm going to show you how that looks. This is exactly what you're seeing here. As I visited that page in the background, it's asking me get smarter by getting top-notch content. Allow no thanks. This is what you're seeing here. Okay. The opt-in settings is when and how long before you trigger it. And obviously some defaults like the logo that you're seeing, and you can change that, of course. Once you do that, you're going to go ahead and save, and browser push is pretty much active. Now that's the first step, is activating the browser push. If you need more help on that, the team can assist you and guide you on how to use it and how to implement it, etc. So don't worry, we got your back on that. Now let's go into the automations and see how to create these drips. On your VBOUT account, access your automation from the left, automation templates, and either search by that filter option on the left or scroll all the way until you get to web push nurture right here. Okay. If I refer to it by web push nurture, web push drip, web push automation, these are all the same terminologies. We slightly interchange or swap these words here and there based on what the users or our customers suggest. All I need to do is use template. That's going to load whatever I've showed you before. So the template shell is ready for you. And I always say, do not get intimidated by this. Have an open mind of how you want to build it and implement it. Now, of course, here I only included 5 pieces of drips. You can literally continue sending content over the course of the year or even longer than that if you'd like. So in this particular flow, I have a join trigger, wait 5 minutes, send the first content, 3 days later, another, and so on. And the way I built it is from the left, I dragged a joined trigger, okay? And then I'm going to switch to actions from the left as well, and add a delay. Now, I don't have to have a delay. I don't know if it makes sense in your case to add it or not. I always add some sort of a delay in the beginning depending on what the user is doing. But for the sake of testing, what I'm going to do is just not add any delay at all. Okay, and connect it. That's it. That's all I need to program the fact when somebody clicks allow, and there's another prompt, by the way, to be sent the first browser push content. And I can continue building this. So I can say, you know, X amount of days later, send the second piece of content, and another delay, also send another piece of content. And this becomes repetitive at this point because I can go on forever. And once I've built, you know, the flow, and what I usually do is build the flow first and then start configuring each step. If you like to do it the other way, by all means, whatever works best for you. Now give it a title. Let's just go do test for course. I always say the labels and the titles of these are super important. And now I'm gonna configure them one by one. I'm gonna remove the bottom one, keep it simple, and let's start configuring. So I double click on joined, and I'm gonna change that trigger label, joined the course sample page. And options, this is super important because I have to choose my target domain. I could have hundreds of landing pages and dozens of domains and all doing browser push or web push prompts. I need to be able to tell VBOUT exactly which page or asset to listen to. So to be able to get here, because I have so many of lists and forms and landing pages, I'm gonna just type in the word landing page here. Landing page. It seems like I have a lot of that as well. All right, here we go. It's jumped directly to this section. And I have a landing page called Magical Landing Page. This is exactly this one that I am on right now. Okay. Now this is telling me, would you like to go back in time to historical data or start moving forward? This is totally up to you. Some people create these after, you know, a while and the page is already launched, and they like to go back in time and send out these messages. You can do that. There's no issue at all. Okay. I'm not going to add any targeting here. I'm going to keep it activated in all segments. And I'm just going to keep it at no for now and save. That's it. I configured my trigger, always the first thing I need to do. And now the next piece is include the message. Now, of course, here I have a whole bunch of templates ready. I already created one called renewal reminder, but for the sake of this, I'm going to show you how simple it is to create these. So on this same screen, you don't need to exit, you don't need to save yet. I'm going to click that option here, create new browser template. VBOUT automatically takes me to my automated messages tab, where all my automation assets reside, and now it's telling me to give it a title. Now here you can include your notification name. So this is the web push prompt, very simple. Unlike email, it doesn't have a lot you need to worry about. This is for my own reference, so I'm gonna just name it testing browser push for course. Anything that you will remember. Here you're gonna see the same prompt you saw before, where you had to choose which browser push property to listen to, and the notification title. You don't have to worry about it a lot here because all you have is are 3 words. I don't recommend using more than 3 words here. Thank you, and you can even personalize these if the system was able to match the opt-in to a cookied contact on the system, which is pretty cool. This icon can be changed by accessing your file manager. You can put any image that you want. And of course, you can put in a URL, which is the main CTA of this entire message. Now, one thing to note, we offer coupon codes. So you can actually put a link to a page where people can redeem codes, which is awesome. Very unique feature to VBOUT. And you can even put it in the body of the message. So I can say, thank you, here's a coupon. Redeem it now. Okay, now the beauty of this is that it's going to be a temporary message which will be archived inside the notification panel here. And what will happen is they will have to either claim that coupon before that message disappears. So it's almost like an instantaneous coupon they need to be watching out for. And I can put in my website, my shopping cart, whatever. Let me just do very simple stuff, us/blog. Now the advanced option lets me add or activate additional real estate. For instance, I can add a header image. I can add 2 buttons here on the browser push, web push. But I'm not going to do that for the sake of this demo because this only shows on Chromes and Windows, on Windows and Android as well. So you're going to have a big chunk of clients or recipients who won't be able to see this. And if you do set it up, there's no harm. The fallback will always be that default message without all the bells and whistles. And that's it. So once I save that message, remember I had my automation open. I'm going to click that icon here, the refresh, and it's going to pull up that test browser push we just created together. I can preview it to make sure that's the one. Yep, that's it. That's all it is. And save. That's the first message. And I can continue building this as long as I want, but I won't do that. I'm just going to keep it basic for now and just do one content so I can test and show you how it works. Now, some people want to send browser push as a broadcast, just like you would do with a newsletter. It's very simple. Instead of using the main trigger as a joined, meaning saying yes to this prompt, which, by the way, this is equals or the same thing as if somebody fills out a form. That's exactly what that mimics. What I can do is add a specific date and link that to the browser push. But instead, the configuration on the specific date is going to be, let's give it a broadcast name, broadcast test. Again, choose which landing page I am working with. Magical landing page. When do I want to launch it? Let's say tomorrow. One time. Be careful not to do recurrent so it doesn't execute every day. And that's it. So let me summarize. The top one will execute this one time, similar to as if you're broadcasting or sending a newsletter, but you're doing it as a browser push instead. The other one is actively listening to anybody who says yes to this prompt in order for it to execute. I'm going to go ahead and remove this and launch that first one. So let me go ahead and save it. All right, I can go to my automation. I'm going to see it right here. It's active. Now I'm going to test it out. I'm already on the page. The prompt is there. So I'm going to go ahead and click allow. Okay. Usually there is a second option here, which prompts me to allow browser push, but I've already done that before, so it's not going to ask me because I'm already registered with the with my browser. Let's go ahead and refresh this real quick and see the results of what's pending on this automation. Okay, now here you go. I have one person pending. I'm just going to wait for this to go through. Usually it takes maybe a minute. If I click on analytics, it will actually show me exactly who is spending on here. It'll actually show me who's spending as a recipient right here. So you see I'm already cookied, which is the cool thing. I registered in the past on that website form, so the system was able to map it, and technically this will get delivered to me. All right, here you go, guys. It executed. I got this message, and two things happened. One of them is you see my email rendered, so my personalization on my browser push works like charm. I also got a unique coupon code, which is unique to me, and I can redeem by clicking on it and visiting a website or a shopping cart, or even visiting a page that looks like the one you see in the background, where the person will need to display this. Let's say you walk into a store, and once you click redeem, it refreshes it and you cannot redeem it again. Again, this is how you can create a browser push or web push nurture campaign for your business. Hopefully this was helpful. Event reminder automations are super popular for people who host constant webinars, online meetups, events, and more. They work very efficiently if you have captured the lead information such as email, phone numbers, as well as browser push in some cases. But at the essence of it, you need a joined list or a date trigger as the start of that automation. You also need an active event date so you can set up your reminders to be sent a few days before, the day before, and the day of, and finally choosing which channel to deliver the messages on. So let's dive right into it. Inside your VBOUT dashboard, you can access your automation templates. Now from the left filters, you'll be able to click on the events or search for event reminders. If I click on these filters, I'll be prompted with the results, or I can always scroll down to designated section of the automations. And as you can see, we've assembled a lot of awesome templates for you. All I need to do is click on Use Template to populate the actual format that we've already created. As you see, the template is populated. And from the top, I always change those to labels I can remember a year from now, or if I'm referring back to them from other drop downs on the platform, especially that I have a lot of filters and I have a lot of segmentation that could be done. I need to know exactly what the titles of that particular asset is. So this could be, for example, my course event reminder automation. And it doesn't matter what you call it, this is only for your own reference. Now you see here what I've done is I built the sign up option, which means people signing up to a form, whether that form is integrated with Zoom or GoToWebinar or a standalone form that's not related to a webinar solution. It doesn't matter as long as people fill out that form with their information. Now obviously if you want to activate email, you need the email, SMS, you need a phone number. Browser push, you can ask for a prompt, but that's taken it one level up. Not a common thing to do, but if you'd like to get creative, as I always advise you to, you can go ahead and try it out with browser push as well. Now this cadence has the first confirmation email with the details of the webinar, which obviously you need to pre-populate. You have the one firing out the day before as a reminder, the morning of the day, and 1 hour prior to the event. Now you can change these, shuffle them around. If you don't like, all this format or the timing, you simply click to modify each, and I'm going to show you how to do that. Okay. I always tell you to keep an open mind. You can build more, you can build less, so the world is yours in this case. Now I did add an option below to sync to third party in case you want to send this registrant over to a retargeting ad on Facebook or AdWords. Some people use that technique of webinar to actually get the signups and serve them ads that are a little bit more down the funnel, because people who attend the webinar and consume your content, they probably have a different level of trust with you as a brand. Now the way I built this is from the left, I switch to triggers and I drag in the sign up, which is actually joined. Okay, joined is the name of the trigger. That means they filled out a form. Moving to actions, I add a delay. That's the first delay before sending the confirmation. And quite frankly, you don't need to have the 5 minutes delay from the moment they fill out the form. I personally like to add it just in case they are finishing up some other things and reading some more content. So it gives them a little bit of time to get the notification. Okay, you can remove that and simply skip directly to send email. So here I'm sending an email, and I'm going to add another delay and send the second email. And all I'm doing is dragging from the left under Actions tab to the right, and then telling the system the order of how things need to execute. And the way you link up the arrows is the way that the system follows the order. Okay. Now you saw I have SMS, which is totally optional, by the way. So if you've activated that, the way I've done it is linking up from the send email. And you can have done it completely different or a different way, which is instead of linking from send email down and forking or branching, I can simply just remove this arrow, do send email, send text, and then add delay. This works the same exact way as you see it above. It's just the way that it executes is slightly different than having them in a linear line. There's no right or wrong in this case. Okay. And I can continue building this. I can continue the flow depending on how many reminders you'd like to send. Okay. Now, if I double click on the joined, this is going to ask me to add a label for my own reference. So I can say registered to event course. Oops. And I surely have to include the form tied into a list. Usually the name of the form and the name of the list on VBOUT are the same. So I can click on that form. I can go back in time if I had my registrants already from the past and I like to kind of roll back and send them, or I can just do it moving forward. So yes goes back in time to existing registrants, and no just continues moving forward. Some people upload registrants here, or they have an existing list and they use that option. Doesn't really matter. To be safe, just do no to continue moving forward. Now, target segment, if you want to refine this and have them a little bit more advanced by filtering them based on specific data fields, you can do that using this segment. I've seen companies ask qualifying questions on the forms, for instance, how many employees you have, size of the company, and based on these answers, they can branch out and assign this lead to different people in the organization. If you don't have that structure and that complexity requirement, don't worry about it. I will keep it simple and just say all target and save. Okay. Let me go ahead and remove the one on top, just for the sake of ease. And you can see I started from a template, but I actually reshuffled it and adapted it to my own needs. Now the first delay is a simple 5 minutes, so I'll just add 5 minutes. And I need to double click on the send email here to configure the email or to choose a specific one from the drop down. Okay, now I did pre-create a simple one which doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles, just some details on when to join. This is actually the day of. Okay, very basic, and we have an ability within VBOUT to add a calendar invite. So if I click it, it populates on my calendar dates, the actual Zoom or GoToWebinar link already for me, which is a cool feature to have. Okay. Now, if I choose that, I'm going to save it. Obviously, the SMS, if you want to activate that, you have to create it. I'll remove it for the time being to make it even simpler. Now, the delay, this is really important. If I double click on it, it's going to say use specific date. Okay, I'm switching because instead of having a cadence of like 5 days later or 3 days later, because I don't know when people are going to sign up. You can have people signing up the day of, the day before. So what I'll do is I'll use the specific date option, and all I did is simply click here and it gave me a different format. So if I want to send it the day of, I'm going to do this, or the day before. So let's say I'm going to send it the day before at 7 p.m. as a reminder. I'll do that, and let's just take as an example the date on the 30th. I'm going to do 29th, the day before. That's it. I can double click on the second one and choose the specific time of the event. So if the event is on the 30th, now that's a reminder that's going to execute the day of. Okay. And let's say I'm going to send it 1 hour before the event. If the event is happening at 1, I'm going to choose 12. And that's your time zone, by the way. You would need to have those emails in place, so you can double click and choose them like you did with the other stuff. Okay. And you can continue building this. If you'd like to add them to a retargeting campaign, from the actions on the left, drop in the synced third party, click on the trigger, and link it as another branch from that. When I double click, I will see my retargeting audiences. I can choose, let's say in this case, AdWords, add a record, test audience, and it's done. So let me kind of recap a bit what I've done here. I have a form. Let's assume it's a sign up form to register to an event. 5 minutes later, I'll send them an email. if the day is one day before that event and it's 7 p.m., I'm going to send them the day before reminder. And then the day of the event, I'm going to go ahead and send them the final reminder. At the same time, synchronize them to third party. Okay. Very important, the date of the event, so you can choose them on the delays. And of course, very important to have the details of your webinars included in the email templates. Now this is it. This is how you can set up a course event reminder, or actually just a basic event reminder, whether that is for your webinar, whether for your custom events, or other things that you're hosting, physical or online. Hopefully this was helpful. The anniversary offer. This is a staple for any brick and mortar or e-commerce company who would like to use these birthday reminders, anniversary offers, or even anniversary of the last order. You can think creatively about this if you're in different industries. For instance, maybe your SaaS membership when you first started with us, or when we first met at a trade show. So you can kind of get creative on this, but what you need at the base is a current date trigger, a list that has a valid birthday field, super important. I'm going to show you how you can add that to your forms, because without that date field, this will not work. Also, you need to choose the type of message, email, SMS, web push, and optionally, you can have a pipeline to assign this person or contact to a team member to do follow-up, send a postcard, whatever it may be. So let's dive right into it. The first thing you need to do is to actually have your form with a date field. If you haven't added a date field yet, because the text field or drop downs will not work, what I did here under my contacts list, I'm going to choose this example. It's called LinkedIn video on landing page, and click on the form builder from the right. Now here you're going to see date of birth, which includes a month and a day, and the last order date, which includes a month and a day and a year. And the difference here is that the date of birth does not include a year. This is because some people are hesitant including the year for whatever reason. So we included an option that does not require the year. And you can configure these as you see fit. As far as format, you want a day, month, day, or if you want it to be also your premium format versus US format. Very important to have these. If you don't have them on your form, you can either resort to the default field option and type in birth. I think I have one that says date of birth right here. Or if you don't have it at all, you can use the create field option to do that. And there's a date field right here. Okay. Once you have done that and created the form, what I need to do is actually create an email. And this time I'm doing it slightly differently, because what I did is created an email which includes, and you can see in the design, a coupon code. Okay, very basic. It took me literally like 2 minutes to build. Okay, and here we go. All it is happy birthday. I included the full name, and the way I did this is by simply putting my cursor where I want this content to go. From the shortcodes, go down and click on the list that I'm targeting. It was called LinkedIn video. Put in the full name and then divide it by 2. Very easy. If you need full documentation on this, there's a help section on the top, which lets you search by shortcodes and personalization cheat sheet. So you can see how you can divide it by 2, you can make it all uppercase and so on. Very helpful. Now, below you're going to see one optional item, which is a coupon code. This is cool because you can send dynamic coupons that are unique to each contact once they fill out the form. And that email will be linked, or that coupon code could be linked to a page for this offer to be redeemed. I know I've used this in some examples on my other automations, but in the coupon offer or in the birthday offer, it makes a lot of sense to include it. And not to mention, if this coupon gets redeemed, we can include it in our analytics. So keep that in mind. And to access the coupon code, let me remove it. I put the cursor where I want to display it, and from the shortcode drop down, access the email campaign specific, and here we go. These are all the main housekeeping shortcodes, like the coupon code, unsubscribe, preferences, and so on. So all I need to do is click on the coupon code. And the difference between that and the coupon code without link is sometimes they don't, agencies or companies don't like to hyperlink it, so they just include the code, and there's one with a QR instead of the code. Okay, I can make it a little bit bigger, let's say 32, and that's it. I don't need to do anything else really. Confirm, and it's done. So I've created that sample template so we can utilize it inside our automation. So now let's go ahead and build the automation together. On your VBOUT account, under your automations tab, you're going to click automation templates, and you're going to scroll down to the relevant automation. As you can see, you've assembled a lot of awesome pre-made templates that you can simply start from. Now here on the left, I have some filters. If you'd like to search or use some of the pre-existing tags, you can go ahead and do that. For instance, this one was a promotion or event, so I can click on both of these to get some filters from the templates. What we're doing here is going to be the anniversary follow-up, so I will choose that template. Once the automation loads, the first thing that I'll do is change the title from anniversary follow-up and just add some testing for course option. The naming is super important. I always preach giving things the proper label. So down the road, if you have a drop down somewhere else in the system when it comes to filters, if you have your analytics and so on, you know exactly what these names refer to. Now, as you can see, I have a specific date trigger. That's the square icon. Once that's detected, 8 a.m., I'm sending an email, a 12 SMS, and then a browser push. I'm also branching from the trigger to create a new task. Okay. Now, the way I created this is from the left panel. I chose the custom or the specific date trigger, and I'm going to show you how to customize it. So what I'm doing now is I'm replicating what I did on top from the left panel. I'll switch to actions. Here I can add the delay, and there's a good reason for that delay here. Okay. I will send an email message from the left under actions as well. And as you can see, all I'm doing is dragging and dropping the black arrow from the object to the next object, and the system will follow the same logic here, or the same direction from the arrow. Now if I want to do SMS, I can go ahead and drop that in here. If I want to skip browser push, there's no problem at all. This is just a template, so keep an open mind on reshuffling this to fit your own need. You can take another level and synchronize this person to a retargeting ad, which you can be running on Facebook or AdWords, with some items specific to an anniversary or a reminder of some sort. Okay. I'm going to keep it simple in this case. I'll just do a specific date trigger and send email. Okay. Now there's an internal task which could assign this lead or this contact to a team member for them to follow up, or even maybe create a postcard and send it. Call and wish them happy birthdays, whatever it may be. This is an optional action too, so all I need to do is drag them like this and link them after send email. Now you'll notice the top one was formatted differently. I branched out from the trigger. VBOUT supports both of these formats. There's no right or wrong in this case. Whatever works well for you is the way you should implement it. Now the difference on top is that it branches out, so the automation executes this way first, creating a task, and then it goes to 8 a.m. and then executes the rest. In which case, I will reverse it and do it that way. Okay. If I had left it the way it was on the bottom, it's going to execute after sending the email at 8 a.m. next day. So that's the difference. You see here, I have notes which you can always leverage, double click, leave notes to yourself or your team members in case you forgot what these are for and you want a reminder for yourself. I will go ahead and remove the one on top so I can start configuring the bottom one. All right, now the specific date trigger, if I double click it, is going to show me the label called specific date. Let's change it to something more relevant. Specific date is too general. So we can say This is birthday trigger. And again, this is for your own reference and for the analytics as well. The second important item here is choosing the target list. Now, I did cover one of the lists called LinkedIn, so I'll go ahead and choose that. And if I want to do browser push or web push, what I need to do from this drop down is choose that domain that I have the browser push active on. By simply typing domain, the system is going to filter this and tell me that my domain, VBOUT.com, has an active web push controller on it. We call it the service worker. So I can go ahead and choose that in case I want to deliver browser push messages as well. When to trigger this, which is a simple date that begins this whole flow. So this whole thing will not execute until that day is met. So if I do it tomorrow, this thing will run tomorrow. The recurrent date option, this is super important, guys, because you have to choose the recurrent, given that what I'm telling the system here is to run every day. That's what the recurrent is for. Go to the list called LinkedIn video on landing pages. And by the way, that naming is probably not too obvious for you guys, but I have it for my own reasons. But it's going to pick every single person inside that list. It's going to check for a specific date, which we're going to do together now, and then it's going to push them to the automation. So the recurrent is super important. Now in the target segment, I need to click on only contacts who match my criteria, and from below I will choose the date field. Now again, I'm looking for that list that I had chosen, LinkedIn. Scroll down a little bit, you're going to see it right here. And the two fields that I had created on the form, they're available for me so I can do some filtering. So I will choose the last order date, and I will configure here the is on. I'm going to send it 7 days before the person's birthday on record. So I will do is before X days and 7 days in this case. Then you have to complete this by choosing the same record again from the last order date, and that's it. So let me summarize, because this one can be a little tricky. The first thing I did is change the label for my reference. I added the target list, which is the list form that I'm using, which already has an active date field. I picked a date to start it. If you leave this empty, it will execute immediately, so be careful. I have to choose recurrent because I want this to check every day all the contacts and those who match that criteria to insert them into the flow. And then I added a target segment, which is pulling up from the list the field date, which is last order date, and it's saying is 7 days before that. So if today's date is 7 days prior, it's gonna pick up on the person and push them into the flow. All right. And the importance of date field is, if I chose something else, let's say full name, you're gonna notice I lost the before X and after X. So these drop filters will change depending on the type of fields that you use. Okay. Let me pull this up again. LinkedIn, last order date is before X days, 7 days. And choose it again. That's it. Okay. Now, if I want to double click this to assign a task to someone, I will be prompted here with some shortcodes, which I can also call up the list. It's always important to call up the list, knowing which list you're working with. Birthday. I'm going to assign it to someone on the team, the task type, sales pipeline, and you can have different stages which you can configure, and you can actually say this is a birthday pipeline so people can follow up with. That's it. I'm going to add a delay. You can obviously make it tomorrow or the week after or whatever. You just have to be mindful that if you're executing it at midnight, if you don't have to include hour delays or days delays or minutes, you simply choose the time. So let's say it picks the person up on midnight and push them inside the flow. You can send it at, let's say, 10 a.m. in the morning. Finally, I'm going to double click on send email to choose that template that I showed you before, which includes a coupon inside. And here's the preview for it. always use that preview tool just to make sure that you've picked the right email. And if you ever need to create new assets or new emails, you click on Create New Automation Template right from here. As you can see, it's very basic. Happy birthday name, and I have the coupon right inside of it. So there's not much to it here. And save. And that's it, guys. This is all it takes to create a birthday reminder. You have to have an active date, and you also have to make sure you have the target segment in place. The exclusive coupon offer. This is another staple for any brick and mortar store, e-commerce company, or anybody who's trying to drive more signups by giving incentives to their contacts. It's so simple to use. All you need is a join trigger, an active VBOUT form, which could be embedded on your site, or a VBOUT landing page. You need to decide if you want to use messages over emails, SMS, web push, and you can activate retargeting on an audience with Facebook or AdWords. Let's dive right into it, and I'll show you how you can set this up. Before I begin building the automation, I want to show you the landing page sample that I created for this. So here I can preview it. It's very basic. You can build these on VBOUT. It has a header with some background image, and you have a form here which is gated. That's all you need, and everything here is customizable, from the background colors to the details, the copy, what fields you collect. And you always want to keep these signups and incentive forms short, and just ask qualifying questions. Here, for instance, I have a date of birth because I want to send birthday reminders and coupons 30 days prior to someone's birthday. So you think about what fields to include. Just make sure to keep them short and don't over ask for details at that point. To build the automation, you click on automations from the left, automation templates, and you're going to either search from this panel here by using any of these filters, or scroll down to see the exclusive coupon offer. I'm going to click use template. Okay, now the template has loaded. I'm going to change the name on the top. The label for that is super important, so I'll change it coupon test for course. Let me explain to you what's going on this canvas. Here you have a joined trigger. Everything in square is considered the trigger on VBOUT. It's connected to send email, SMS, browser push, and then sync to third party. So it's executing all simultaneously. Usually the order goes in the same way I described them. So the joined happens first. The person will get an email, a minute later an SMS, and maybe a minute or two later will get the web push. By the way, if you hear me say browser push or you hear me say web push, I'm referring to the same exact thing. Okay. And to build this from the left panel, I'm going to look for the triggers joined. I'm just going to rebuild this in front of you. Actions, and now I can start building this out. You can always add a delay if you'd like to create some sort of an excitement and tell them we're going to approve this and send you the offer, or maybe we'll get it over to you in the next 20 minutes, just to have them finish whatever they're doing as far as browsing and so on. But you don't have to. It's totally optional. So send an email. You can add Twilio SMS, and if you'd like, you can add a browser push. Okay. If you don't want to activate the SMS because you're not asking for the proper permissions, by all means, you can remove that and just keep it over whatever channels you want. And here what I've done is added this person to a retargeting campaign on Facebook or AdWords. Very easy. I'm going to remove the one on the top. And by the way, we have a note option which is available on the left panel. The trigger, you can always leave notes for yourself just to kind of remember what this workflow does, or if you're working in a team environment, this can be very handy. All right, now let's configure this. The first option is to configure the joined, which is the trigger. Okay, so I will change the label to say filled out coupon form. And you can name this anything you want for your own reference. The second option here, which is really important, is to choose the form that I'm listening to, which is in this case the one that I have hosted on the landing page. So I will have to find that list. I think I called it LinkedIn right here. The system is going to ask me if I want to go back in time to anybody who already subscribed to this form. So if I have an archive of, let's say, 50 people already signed up, I can tell the system to include those as well, or I can keep it at no just to listen to future submissions to this form. So it's totally up to you. Here I'm going to choose my target segment if I want to. Sometimes people ask qualifying questions, and if one of the qualifying questions match, that they could send. So if you want to add filters, you can do them here by all means. You definitely need to look for the list that you've embedded, and the system will show you all the fields on that list, which /form. So if you have a qualifying question here, you can use that qualifying question to determine fit. I'm going to just include everyone. I'm not going to filter by specific person. Now, if you want to send the browser push, you can actually, or you have to, include the domain or the landing page in this case. Now, because we have a landing page activated, then you can activate a browser push on the VBOUT landing pages. I see them all in here, and I think I've called it magical landing page. Here we go. So what this is saying is that anybody that fills out the form on that sample page that I showed you, or they click yes on the web push notification, which is also on this page, but I already signed up, so I'm probably not going to see it. But if they click yes to any, they will be inserted into this flow. If you're not using the web push in your message workflow, then you can simply remove it from here. Okay, I'll go ahead and remove it and just click save. All right, now I'm gonna double click on the send email to configure that. I already created an email for another workflow that I've created, which includes a coupon. So I'll just use that. And in VBOUT, if you use this shortcode that says coupon_code, the system will automatically make that into a linkable number. I'm going to show you the results of that campaign. I'm going to save. I'll just use a web push that I created for the sake of this demo. Let me see. Okay, this one includes a coupon code. Why don't we go ahead and add that? And I can double click on sync to third party to choose where to send this audience to. So this will pull up all my active audiences on Facebook, and I can simply add that record to Facebook. If I want to also add it to an AdWords campaign, I'll drag another sync to third party, and I'll choose my AdWord retargeting as well. Very easy. This is all you need to create your exclusive coupon offer. Just to recap, you need an active form embedded on your site or embedded on VBOUT, and you need to choose if you want to send an email, browser push, synchronize third party, etc. Let me go ahead and launch this and show you the results of this campaign. All right, so what I need to do is go into this page right here and fill out the form. So I'll include my name. Now I might be signed up to it. If it does, I'll give me an error. I'll try to find a way around it. Okay, beautiful. So I was inserted to this form. If I go back to my automation and refresh this page, I'm going to see that I am pending right here, and I can always access my analytics to preview who is pending receiving. This is the table. It has this chart. On the right side, I can actually click on pending to see myself here. Now, I can stop the workflow, by the way, at any given time if I like to. I know sometimes people might be inserted and you didn't mean to, you made a mistake, so that's an option there to stop people from getting that message. You can also see there's a coupon stats chart, which lets you see how many people redeemed the coupon. So why don't we go ahead and wait for the email, and as soon as it comes in, I'll show you the results, redeem the coupon, and see how this looks. Okay, here we go. I got the coupon, which is pretty cool. You can see here, happy birthday, Richard. So it picked up my name when I filled out the form. And here's the coupon code. It is linkable. If I click it, it's going to take me to this page where I can redeem the coupon. That's it. So people can walk into a store, they could show this to their server, to the person on the cash register, or if you're using e-commerce, you can actually use your own static coupons. It doesn't really have to be this. But technically now what I'll do, if I refresh this, I'm going to be able to see some of the data reflected on the coupon stats. All right, so here we go. I have total sent 1, opened 1, unique clicks 1, and then I'm going to see my coupon showing right here. So this is me. I already redeemed the code, and I can actually unredeem it if I want to, make it available for that person again. But nobody can use a coupon twice once it's redeemed. So it's one way. And you see more analytics here. If you like to kind of dig deeper into the links and who clicked and what's going on, you can see it right here. And this is how you can send out coupon offers using automations and include a coupon, dynamic coupon inside the content. Hopefully this was helpful. The review request automation, another staple for brick-and-mortar stores, where you can drive visitors maybe an hour or two after they complete their visit to a form so they can leave you a review. Now there's a quick trick to this, because anybody who wants to leave a negative review, we're going to redirect them to a private form where all the managers involved will be notified. And if they click anything above 4 or 5 stars, we're going to be sending them to a review channel of choice. What you need for this is a join trigger, because we need an active form where people can fill out information. We also need a VBOUT, another VBOUT form which collects the negative feedback. We obviously need to choose the message channel, whether we're doing it email, SMS. I'm not going to include browser push in this or web push because it's not too common for this practice. And finally, you need an active public review channel. For instance, your Facebook page, Google page, or Yelp, anywhere you really want them to go and leave the positive review. So let's dive right into it. The first thing I'm going to do is create list. From the top right, I'm going to go ahead and click that and create my negative review form. So that's the first thing I'm doing, is leaving a feedback. Leave us a feedback. Because anything below 4 stars, ideally, we want it to go to a manager, to the owner of the business, so they could act on it without going public. The next step is to create the form. Very simple. I'm just going to include an email. I can switch this to full name. I can have a phone number, totally optional if you want to activate that. So let me do full name instead of the other stuff. So I'll remove first and last, just to keep the form a little bit more compact. And finally, I will add a text area. So I'll create that from the left under the create new field. Create new field and call it your comments. Okay, that's it. That's all I need to do right now. Now the next step is to notify administrators, so you can put anybody who's involved and their email here so they could be notified immediately. I can also do this on the automation side. I'm going to show you how, but this is an autoresponder option that notifies the administrators. Okay. Now the success message, I'm going to just change it also to thank you for your feedback. We will be in touch. You can get more creative than this. I'm just filling in words in this case. Now what happens, I can use this and embed it on my site. So the system gives you an embedded code, or I can use a public page, which is, as you can see on top, there's a URL, and people can fill this out. Or if I'd like, I can embed it inside a VBOUT landing page. So I'll do that. It looks a little bit nicer. You can customize it, and it's so simple to use. So I'll create a page. And I'm going to make it super simple. I won't be including any bells and whistles in there. Let's call it leave us your feedback. This is a project name for myself. Let me add to it testing for course. This is the title that will show on the tab. This one is for my own reference. You can do domain settings and edit this to say leave-us-review and save. You can white label it and point your own domain. You can add third-party tracking or retargeting. It's totally up to you. From the left, I will go ahead and choose a form. I'm going to do this one. That's all I need. Your feedback is greatly appreciated. Now you can put things here. You can put your logo. You can put a word from the management and say, we really act on every feedback that we get. Please allow us 24 hours and we'll be in touch with you to see if there's something we can do to make you happy. Okay. I'm going to choose the form I already created. So I clicked on this settings gear, use an existing lists, and I'm going to do the leave us your feedback. This is exactly what I showed you before. And apply. That's it. That's literally all that I need. Now I did make a mistake. I put this field as a text field. It should have been as a text area, but it's okay. I think you get the hint here. I'm going to go ahead and save this form. All right, that's all I need for now. I have my page ready. I'm going to dive into the automation and show you how you create them. On your left panel under automation, you're going to access your automation templates. Now from the left, you can obviously choose or filter here by specific tags, or you can just scroll down until you find what you're looking for. This is the review request in this case. I'm going to use template. Very simple. I'm just going to assume that when people come into my store or to my e-commerce company or whatever it may be that you're driving the reviews from, I'm going to assume this is a gateway page where any person that come in, I can display an iPad, I can show them a form to say, hey, join us for our monthly newsletter or weekly specials. So you can create like your own email incentive, email club, and tell people fill out your emails. We will be sending you coupons, or we can just have like specials running every week and you're going to get them. So you can get creative there. Okay. Let's assume this is a page where people fill out the form, and just by doing that, I'm going to program it so that an hour or 2 hours later, they're going to receive that request for review. All right, here we go. So this is the joined. Then it's waiting for a certain amount of time, which in this case 3 hours, sending an email, and then sending an SMS. I didn't change the title, which is something I highly recommend. The review request, that's for course. And the way to build this from the left under triggers, I'm going to drop in joined, then switch to actions, drop in my delay from the bottom here, and then whatever emails I want to send out. So I can do send email, I can do Twilio SMS if I like to, or I can even notify team, synchronize third party, add tag. You can really get sophisticated with this and have like a full-on drip campaign if you'd like. So feel free to get creative, think outside the box, and adopt it for your own need. Okay. I'm going to delete this. And as you can see, there's a notes option in case you'd like to leave notes for yourself. This is accessible from the left panel under triggers, notes right here. Okay. Now let's configure this together. I'm going to double click on joined, and I'm going to tell the system every time somebody fills out this form, which I'm just going to assume that it's like a page ready just for the email sign up. So this is the email club sign up page, which by the way could be a form embedded on your site. It doesn't have to be a VBOUT landing page, which is what I just showed you. Now I'm going to choose the form. I think it was called LinkedIn right here. Okay. I can go back in time to find those who filled out the form already and send them the email. So I click yes if I want that, or I can keep it at no. So only future submissions will be included. Now the delay can be anything you want. I can make it 3 hours, giving people enough time obviously to leave, think about the experience, get home, and then leave the review. Or I can, in this case, maybe just keep it at 1 minute. A specific time, this is only in the case where you want to send it on an hour and minute of your choice, but I'm going to leave it just 1 minute. So if you do a specific time, you won't be able to use a minute increment. Save. Now here's the important part, the send email. Let's create it together because you have to get or create a trick here. So I will, as you can see, click on create new automation template, which is available here. Just open up another tab, and I'm going to create the email with you. Okay. So this is review request email. Email for course. Subject line, thank you for your visit. We would love a review. All right, this is maybe a little bit long, so I'll just shorten it a little bit, and I'll say thanks, and I'll include the person's name. And I know my list name already, which is LinkedIn video on landing pages. I probably should change that so it doesn't confuse you guys. But whatever is the name, you're going to be presented with a short code which could be shared with other lists. So some of the basic stuff like full names are usually standards. So I'll just do that. Thanks, full name. And if you want to break it down by 2, because I don't want to include the last name, it doesn't look that great, I have a library on VBOUT, so I divided it by 2. You simply click on the question mark, Personalize, and then you're going to see here a full documentation on this. You can divide it by 2, you can capitalize, you can have an upper, lower, etc. Okay. Pre-headers, a review mean a lot to us. Now the pre-header is almost like a sneak peek into the email, so it's an extra real estate for you to leverage. So I can do manager at VBOUT. Always send from a real person. I highly recommend doing that. Now here's where you can either create a new template, recycle an existing one, start from fresh, do plain text. But for the sake of this, I'm going to use this template, which already includes 5 stars. So I'll choose it. All right. Now I'm going to remove this header. I won't spend too much time on the formatting. So this image is gone. You can include your own logo. You can word it so it reflects your brand. But here's the part where I really want you to focus on. I have 4 stars. Some people put in like a happy and an unhappy face. In this particular case, what I'm going to do is link these 3 stars to that private landing page that I created. Let me show you that page. So here's the page. Okay, so I'm gonna grab that link and go back. I actually could have done it directly from the builder, so I'll click on the star. From the left, I'm gonna click link to, landing page, choose, and here we go. The page is already ready for my use, and apply. I'll do the same with this star as well. Click it, select landing page link, and link it to the feedback finally, this is the third star. So anything below 4 stars will be redirected to a private page. That's the key here. Now, if you want to embed these forms on your pages without using our landing page builder, no problem at all. Obviously, you have a website URL option here that you can link up. Okay. Now, anything at the last 2 stars, I'll link them to my Facebook. So, and obviously, you can choose anything. You can have your Facebook, you can have your Google, Yelp, whatever makes sense. All right. So this is an external website URL. I'll put this in here, and I'll do the same with the last star. That's it. Very simple. I have an email ready for my use. I'm going to save and confirm. I didn't configure the header and the footer. It's very basic. Obviously, in your case, you need to do that. So saving and exit. And if I go back to my automation, I'll hit this refresh icon, which pulls up that email that I just created. Here we go. Let's preview it to confirm. And if I click on this one, it takes me to the form. Beautiful. Works like charm. All right. Now I'll save it. I can include the same inside the SMS to link up to this page. So I'll create an example for you here, although I'm not sure I left the phone on this page. Yeah, there was no phone collected. So you see, you have to be careful on what fields you collect, because if you don't, then you won't be able to use that option. So let me remove it and just do this and add a tag. New client, for example. Okay, I'm not going to leave a tag because I already have my own tags created, but I'll keep it as simple as this. When people come in and fill out the sign up at 12 a.m., I'm going to send them an email. So here I need to configure this. You see how when I create the specific date, it actually took away from my minutes. So I'll do 1 minute. You can do 1 hour, 3 hours, and so on. Now, one thing we can do on this page, which I didn't talk about, is personalize it. Because people are going to be clicking through an email to come in on this page, perhaps what you can do is insert their shortcodes or references back to them. Now, if I'm emailing people on this list, I'll simply include the full name. I'll pull the email, which is a standard as well. So it will be something like this. I can leave the phone number out, and this is where the feedback is going to happen. Okay, and I can even include it in here. So let me go ahead and show you. Divided by 2. Your feedback is greatly appreciated. Here we go. This allows me to pre-populate this form just to make it easier for them. So as they click through the email, they will land on this page, and it has their name already on there. So let me test it out real quick and show you how it works. Okay, here the email just came through. I'm going to go ahead and click on any of the first 3 stars, which is going to pre-populate my name along with my email inside that landing page, which is pretty cool. So it made my life a little bit easier. All I need to do is say, we had a good time, but the service sucked. And submit. So that's all it takes to create a review automation process using VBOUT. Retargeting from email automation. This is the perfect workflow to listen and track any email activity, such as your previous campaigns that you've sent or email automations that are currently active, and according to the engagement, take the contacts and add them to a retargeting audience. This way you can serve them ad on your Facebook campaign manager or AdWords account. It's so simple. All you need to do is have a campaign that was sent, either one time or an active email automation, whichever one that I've already covered, or whichever one that you've created already, which includes email. And of course, you need an active retargeting channel. Let me show you how you can build this out. On your VBOUT account, on the left panel, you're going to access your automations and click on the automations template section. Here, you can either search on the left based on events or transactional. You can also type in here to search by keyword. As you scroll down, you're going to find the email or the automation called retargeting from email activity. I'm going to go ahead and click on use template. Once this loads, from the top, I'm just going to add a quick title for me to know exactly what this is, what this automation does, even if I look at this a year later through the dozens of automations that I've created. So example, test campaign. Okay. Now let me explain or summarize how this works. From the left, you have your trigger sections, and from the right, you have your actions. Now what this is saying, as soon as someone opens an email, that's the square icon on the screen, or clicks a link inside an email, and I have to specify which email and which link to synchronize them to a third party. To build this, and I'm going to just replicate what you're seeing here, from the left, I'm going to drag under triggers the open email trigger or the clicked linked trigger. You don't have to do the same exact ones if you just want to stick to clicking a link, or you prefer upon opening an email to send them to a third party. By all means, this is your automation. Feel free to tweak it as you see fit. Once I've added those two triggers, I'll switch back to actions, and from the left, you're going to look for the sync to third party, right, like you see it here, and I will connect it by clicking on the trigger and dragging the arrow, linking it to the sync to third party object. And I'll do the same with the link linked. Okay. Now what I can do, I can also add it to sync to third party on AdWords, because each one of these required its own settings, and I'm going to explain to you in a second. And of course, I can do other things like adding a tag. I can notify the team. I can create a task and assign that task to someone. There's a whole lot of things that you can do here, and I really recommend you get creative when it comes to creating these automations. This is a node that I've created. You can go ahead and double click it, modify it, leave a note for yourself or for your team members so you know exactly what you're doing here. All right, now I'm going to dive into the configuration. I double click on open email. I need to choose which email, of course. So I'm going to just label it test for course. That's a label for me. Nobody's going to see it. And this is the configuration here. So I have one already, which I believe I called it test. And this includes everything. For instance, if you've sent out email newsletters, they're going to be shown on here. But if you have emails inside other automations, you're going to see them with that label called automation as well. Now, for instance, here, you see it says automated. These are all the emails included in an automated campaign. So if I type in course, I think these are some of the options I have. Request a private demo, digital marketing course. And I believe the one that I'm looking for is this one, sample email for course. Let's just take one of them, the review request, because I already created a video on that. Now what I can do, I can go back in time, historical data. So anybody that opened an email in the past or clicked a link in the past, I'm going to insert them into that workflow. If I only want to do it moving forward, I'll switch to no, and I'll keep it for the future only. And save. Now for the link clicked or clicked link, I'm going to double click it. I will change the name for myself. Course test. I need to select the campaign the same exact way that I did it. So I believe it was called review request form right here. Now automatically the system is gonna see all the different links within that email. You don't have to worry about figuring it out. And I'm going to click yes, because I already sent myself a test. Now that I've finished configuring the triggers, I'm going to go ahead and click on Sync to Third Party. You'll see two tabs. One of them is retargeting to Facebook and AdWords, and another one is third party. In case you have Salesforce, HubSpot syncs, or even your own custom script, you can use this to post data externally. For this particular demo, I'm doing the retargeting audience on Facebook and AdWords. I'm going to choose this. You're going to have your audiences already created for this to pull up. Otherwise, you're going to see that we couldn't fetch any audiences from your account. Okay, and it's so simple to create an audience. We actually assembled or created a quick tutorial on it. Feel free to search our documentation. It takes you literally less than 30 seconds to do that. And you can see a course sample, and you can add or you can remove record. This is important. And in regards to removing the record, you can only do it for audiences over 500. If you have 200 emails and you're trying to remove one, it's not going to work. So that was done for Facebook. I will go ahead and do the other one for my AdWords campaigns. Select an audience, test, and add record as well. I don't think that AdWords requires a minimum to remove someone from the audience. Unless this changes by the time you're viewing this. So you're okay with that. And if you're wondering when would you remove someone from an ad, perhaps once they convert, you don't want to serve them future advertisements if you have an ad running for that audience particularly. So these are some of the things that you can do to avoid that. Now I'm going to go ahead and launch it, and that's pretty much it. Now I'm going to show you how this shows or ends up on AdWords as soon as it launches and executes. All right, so looking now at the results of the campaign, I have 5 completed, which is the first action, adding emails to my Facebook audience, custom audience, and pending is the one that will send them to AdWords. I have 5 emails on that list for my testing. So if I switch back to my business on Facebook or business manager on Facebook, I'm going to see the course sample retargeting list. If I click on it and go to history, it's going to show me that I synchronized 5 rows, added 5 rows directly to that audience. Now for some reason it's not letting me click on here to show you the details. It could have been something they changed, or it could be a current bug with the Facebook Business Manager. So this is it. Email retargeting from, or actually ad retargeting from email engagement. So anybody that clicks on a link, opens an email campaign, we can send them directly to an audience to be served an ad. Hopefully this was helpful. E-commerce automations. Now, if you're running an online store and you're selling 100 or thousands of products, I highly recommend you activate your e-commerce automations on VBOUT. If you look at any successful company like Amazon, Etsy, Zulily, and even the lesser known brands who you probably you've bought a couch cushion from, you probably see some of these already integrated, and they're so simple to set up that I'm gonna show you how you can do them and how easy it is to get started. I'm gonna cover abandoned cart automation, order confirmation, cross-selling, product reviews, loyalty, as well as reactivation campaigns. And as a company, you can think of 1,000 other things you can implement, but I'll leave that to your imagination. Okay, I'm going to give you the base ingredients so you learn how it works. And from there on, you can go ahead and execute this for yourself. As far as requirement goes, you need your connected e-commerce store, of course. So that we already support plugins for Shopify, Magento, WooCommerce. And by the time you watch this, we're probably going to have more plugins released. If you have your own custom e-commerce or it's not listed in our plugins directory, then you can use our integrated API layer, which is really fantastic for e-commerce. Very flexible and very simple. You need an active product list, of course, so we can automatically suggest products to your clients. You need to choose your channels if you're doing e-commerce, emails, SMS, web push, or even retargeting on Facebook or AdWords. And finally, you can use the pipeline assignment process on VBOUT, so you can do some sort of a fulfillment, step-by-step fulfillment workflow. Now I'm going to show you a bit the details of that setup in VBOUT before I start covering each one of these automations. So let's look at that setup. Now when it comes to the setup, you definitely have to have your store connected, and you can see it here under your drop down from the top right. You're going to see settings, and under settings from the left you see website tracking code. Once you add your website, under the domain settings you will see the option to activate e-commerce and choosing the currency you're using inside your store. Very important to have that active. Okay. Once you've done that and you install the tracking code, what you need to do is go to the add-ons section, actually integrations, download the plugin that you're using. In this case, I have a very basic store I set up for the purpose of this course, and you have a WooCommerce integration. So this is showing me my settings and what's being currently synced back to us. We're syncing abandoned carts, we're syncing product search, product visits, category visits, customer data, existing customers if you already have a few clients from the past, product data when products are added or removed from the cart, and existing products once you activate the sync. So as you can see, we actually get so much information from your existing cart, unless you've done some tweaks to the search or some tweaks to the process that might interfere with the data flow. Now, once you have that status active, that means you've connected your cart successfully and you're good to go. Going back to my settings and looking at my website tracking, you're going to see also here product feed. And the product feed shows me 44 products synced. And VBOUT will pull the images, will pull the names, the discount, price, currency, SKU, when is the date added. And when you sync your product list, if you have items that weren't there, eventually when you add them in the future, they'll be synced back to us either upon creation or when somebody adds those new products to the cart. Okay. There's an eye here that activates category IDs and others. And if you have an import products, or if you haven't, the feed is not working for some reason, you can always download the sample product file, map it out, and import it to VBOUT. Very easy. Now, once you've activated your e-commerce store, you're going to see many new options show up. The first option will be on your dashboard. So we add many reports that are exclusive to e-commerce. Here under widgets, you will see, for instance, 7 new widgets: store sales, top buyers, new orders, sales by country, retention, checkout, and product search. On your automations, you're going to have under the triggers section 2 new triggers, the abandoned cart and the completed order trigger. And I'm going to dive into these as I cover the workflows. Under the email templates or the landing page template builder, which is the visual builder you're looking at, from the left, you're going to see design elements, and here you're going to have a section for e-commerce. This is e-commerce specific, primarily because you have things that dynamically change according to the recipient. For instance, the last viewed products is going to be specific to every client, so it's dynamic. At the last abandoned cart, the system will automatically pull products and will populate what you're looking at here. And you can, of course, customize these from the left. So you can change details such as the styles, the units, any default checkout URLs you'd like to override, and even customize the look and feel of the buttons and the colors. Okay. This will also be available on your landing page builder, because we allow this dynamic suggestion and content on landing pages as well, which is a good reason to use the VBOUT platform. You have store feed, related products, which is pretty cool because it suggests products based on other people who have similar shopping patterns. Last viewed products, if you'd like to send suggestions based on that. Last viewed categories, abandoned cart, and the last order details. So these 2 below will allow you to do transactional emails beyond just the suggested items. Now under the shortcode, you have here drop down, which will be store, and under the store you're going to see things like lifetime value of that recipient, the last order details, last abandoned cart URL, the last search, etc. So if you've gotten all your setup correct, all these values will be available to you under your shortcodes or from the left panel of your design builder. Now, if this visual design editor you're looking at have changed because we're about to release a new one, then obviously we're going to have the same exact options, except they will be placed in a slightly different area on the builder. Now, finally, under the activity or the actual contact, every time somebody abandons a cart, completes a purchase, you're going to see those activities in their timeline. And from the left, you're going to see an e-commerce summary, which if you click on it, is going to show you the order history, abandoned cart history, and the search history. So we're going to gather all those details and make it available for your own viewing purposes. Of course, you can view these, including what product purchased and the details. And finally, within the actual activity timeline, I can filter by the activity itself. So if I click e-commerce activity, I can simply zone in on everything e-commerce related. Right. Super powerful, super flexible, and you can do magic with this as soon as the setup is complete. If you need help with the setup, you can reach out to our team. Although it could be a couple of clicks from downloading and installing a plugin, sometimes we need to handhold your team or maybe work closely with your team in order for us to make sure that the data is flowing correctly. So now let's get started into building those workflows. The first automation I will cover under e-commerce is the abandoned cart workflow. Now, many e-commerce engines already support this natively. However, what you win if you set it up on VBOUT is that you can tap into the other channels like the Twilio SMS, the web push, the retargeting, adding tag, and even creating a pipeline of fulfillment process. And of course, some of these can be done natively on your e-commerce of choice, but you're going to have to download many plugins. Some of them might be paid. They don't talk to each other. So there's a lot of disconnect if you set them up natively versus you set them up on VBOUT. Not to mention that if you do that through the VBOUT platform and people engage in open emails, you're probably going to increase your reputation as a good sender, especially that those types of emails get better engagement than marketing emails in general. Now, let's dive into the abandoned cart workflow and how you can set it up for your company. On your VBOUT account from the left under automations, you're going to access the automation templates. Now, you see here you have filters which you can use, and I can also look for specific e-commerce stuff. Now, I have a filter created already, so I'll click on it, and it's going to show me all the available automations. The one we're setting up right now is called cart abandonment. So I'm going to use the template. I'm going to change the name to sample template for course. So always the naming is important because you want to be able to remember this a year from now or from other drop downs. There is a note here that tells you exactly how this works, and you can modify it so you leave notes for yourself or for your other team members. And I always say, please think outside the box when you set these up. These are just base templates. You can branch out from here. You can create beautiful workflows that span the course of the month or a year. So this is not really bound to the template that I'm sharing here. Now let me show you how I build this. From the left under triggers, I'm going to use the abandoned cart. So I'm going to replicate what you're looking at by dragging my abandoned cart trigger. I'll switch to actions, scroll down and add a delay. And I'm going to explain how each one of these work. Then I'm going to send an email. I switch to actions from the left, send an email. There's a sync to third party on top, which sends the contact details to a retargeting ad on Facebook or AdWords. I'm going to wait one more day, and then I'm going to send a follow-up email. Okay. There's an ad tag option to tag the person as an abandoned client, a cart client. And once I add these, I can simply connect them together. And by clicking on any of these objects here, I'm going to see a black arrow which I can drag and connect to the next option to execute. Very important to note that because the system follows the arrow and it executes them starting from the trigger, moving to the next action and the next action. Now you'll notice the sync to third party was actually branched out to the top. And whatever you're looking at visually, it doesn't matter as long as the arrow is kind of the most important aspect here. Now I've branched out from send email because they're executing within the same time frame. However, I could have done it slightly differently, which is something like that. Send email, then sync to third party, then add the delay. So if I show you whatever you see on the top, I'm going to zoom out a bit. Whatever you see here is the same as what you see here, except this one is going to execute in linear line. This one branches out in that particular case, or in this particular step. Okay, both of them are correct, so don't overthink it when you set it up. It's all about how you prefer to view it when you're looking at this grid. Okay. Now, also, if you'd like to activate your SMS and other channels, all you need to do from here is drag in, let's say, the SMS option, the web push option, which of course the web push, the person needs to be opted into the browser push notifications, right? And I branched out to the top as you see here. Very easy. Once I've built the flow or the sequence that I have in mind, then I'm going to start configuring them one by one. The first thing I'm going to configure is the abandoned cart trigger. I always start with configuring my trigger first. By double clicking it, I'm going to see the trigger label for my own reference. So I'm going to go ahead and add, this is my test case. Whatever you see here is for your own analytics and viewing purposes. I'm also going to select the domain or the e-commerce domain authority I'm working with. And VBOUT supports connecting multiple stores, which is why you see this long drop down. I'm going to choose this one because that's what I'm working with. The launch trigger is when to start executing this entire workflow. It has nothing to do with when people enter it. It just starts, it's almost like when do we activate this workflow we're building. So let's just choose it for today's date. Now this is important. This is asking you, when do you want to enter, or when do you want the contacts to enter the workflow? Do we enter it 30 minutes from when they add the first product, or we reset that timer every time they add a new product? So obviously if you're selling one item, you don't have to worry about it. But if you're selling multiple items, or you have a large store where people kind of, the average shopping cart size is 3+, then it makes sense to maybe choose the 30 minutes from the last product added to cart. And that's because we want to reset the timer every time a new product is added, so we don't push people through this workflow too soon. You can apply to historical data, and that's going back in time to look at previous shopping carts. I'm not sure that's the best option if you're starting out fresh, so I would leave it at no for now. Okay. We're not going to add any target segment. We're going to apply it to everybody that signs up, but you have an option here to maybe filter them by tag names or by specific field values and so on, but I don't see the need for that when you're doing a workflow like this one. So I'm going to go ahead and save. Now, don't forget, we have a 30 minutes timer, but I can also add a delay because some companies, they don't like to activate it right away. So maybe they want to add an hour here, which makes it an hour and a half in total from the moment someone abandons a cart. And when we say abandon a cart, we're actually assuming a person is not buying until they do. So if an item is added to the cart, that immediately pushes them through the workflow. And obviously from here, I can set up my individual items. So for instance, I can double click on send email, and I can choose an e-commerce email from here. And I'm going to go ahead and create this in this, right now so I can show you how that works. Now, it's important to note that VBOUT supports dynamic content, meaning every person will have a different content of the email. And I'm just going to call it, this is abandoned cart sample for course. You forgot something in your cart. And I can personalize these subject lines, by the way, by clicking here, choosing from the drop down with the store. So let's say list e-commerce and inserting the first name of the person. Oops, I put the email. I think it's first name. A pre-header is a preview from name, Rich from your store. Store Y. Next, Now I'm going to design this from scratch. So I'll create something very simple for the sake of this demo. I'm going to click on New Design, and I'm going to choose Template Designer. Now I'm starting from scratch. So from the left, I have design elements. I'm going to drag in a layout to put in my header as a logo image. Below that, I'm going to drop in my abandoned cart items. So I'm going to drag it here. And you're going to see some items loading right now with the settings on the left, okay? So in the settings, I can specify things like, do you want to show the unit image, variation, descriptions? If you don't have an image for the product, I would turn this off to hide it, but I would keep it if you have a good quality images here. So you can feel free to modify this as you see fit. Now, if I want to modify, let's say, the color of the button, I switch to style. And from here, I have options for that, including the checkout button. And I can change the background color to, let's say, I don't know, orange is a good color. Awesome. And I'm going to change my image. Okay. Now I have to have a footer, of course. So I will switch to my pre-designed blocks, go into footers, and just add something basic. Again, you have to configure your footer effectively to have your proper address, and you can say have preferences and unsubscribe URL. You have to have at least one. So if you haven't configured your preferences, I highly recommend you remove it until you do so. And we have awesome documentation on that. Now I won't configure the social, which if I click it, I can do that on the left, but you'll have full flexibility to do that. I'm going to save and confirm. Next, and save. Once that is done, I switch back to my pre-open tab. Please note there's a tab open here which hasn't left. I'm going to click that refresh icon and select that abandoned cart sample for course. And this is why the naming is very important. Okay. Now what I can do also is add this person to retargeting campaign. Some people do it if a day later they didn't convert, but it's totally up to you. If I choose to do that, I will just add it here. This is a course sample retargeting, and I'm going to add the record. Okay. Now, of course, the delay could be a day later, could be anything you want. And it's worth mentioning that if somebody ends up buying before the next day, then this automation will completely stop. So you don't have to worry about sending emails to people who already purchased. The system will handle that for you. Okay. Now here's a sending email. I don't have an email created, but I can technically just create one to give them another incentive. I'm just going to choose the same one and add a tag. So that's a day later, adding a tag that's saying this is abandoned cart. Abandoned cart. And click comma, very important, and save. So let me summarize what's happening here. When people abandon the cart, an hour and a half later, I'm going to send an email, sync to third party, wait a day, send an email, and then add a tag. And you can continue building this for a longer period of time. If the person ends up building another cart, this cart is going to be saved as a different ID, so it's going to continue the execution. Now, when we speak about abandoning a cart, I'm going to launch this and show you what's going on here. So I'm going to go ahead and publish. And now that's ready. If I go to my e-commerce store, and this is a sample store we set up, technically when people are browsing, so let's say they go here and they add this item to the cart. And maybe they browse around and they add another item. So if I had chosen every time to reset my timer, 30 minutes started, but now I'm going to add a cart and it's going to reset that 30 minutes. Add to cart, reset that 30 minutes. Okay. You can see I have to click on view cart, which is where the abandoned cart process will begin. And I'm going to proceed to checkout. Now, please be mindful. Sometimes your cart has one page checkout, which if that's the case and the person hasn't subscribed, it might be hard to detect the abandoned cart because we don't know the person yet if they didn't fill out their information. So keep that in mind if you want to gate and create a registration step that's forcing the person to sign up before you do that. Now what I've done before is clicked on the register and I created an account prior to checking out. Again, this is an option that you have to decide with your team. If you want to make creating an account mandatory before you move into the next phase of payment and completing the purchase. And that could be small technical on the same page or on the same one-page checkout process, but you have to think about that as a part of your user experience. So I've created an account, and after I actually built the cart, I went in and I registered, and the system automatically sent me into VBOUT as a record, so that's created already. It also showed that I have an abandoned cart, as you can see right here, okay, along with the details of the abandoned cart, which is awesome. These are the products I added right on my cart, which you can see here. Album, beanie, and beanie with logo. They match album, beanie, and beanie with logo, okay? Now, because I haven't completed the purchase yet, within VBOUT, you're gonna see me as pending. So I am pending execution. And I'm just gonna wait for the email to go through and I will share the email view. Now, if you want to see in the analytics section who's pending, you see, click on that on the right side. Scroll down to the email section and you can see the pending right here. There's a tab for that. So it's pending my email to be executed at 5:05 p.m. This is because I have an hour and a half delay, which will, unfortunately I have to wait until 5:05 p.m. to execute this. So I'll wait for that and I'll share my results with you. All right, so here's are some notes on the email that was delivered from my abandoned cart. You see here, I have you forgot something in your cart, Richie. The name is lowercase because I entered it lowercase, so that's not a good thing. However, VBOUT provides a library, so you can make uppercase names, which is pretty cool. If you want to find out about that, simply search personalization or ask your chat team support about how to personalize and make personalization uppercase. Now here you see I have Rich from Store Y, which is the name of the store. I included that in my from email. Below are the details of my abandoned cart, exactly like it is that I've edited, and a call to action to continue the checkout process. So it worked like charm, and this is exactly how this abandoned cart works, and it will definitely get you back some of that lost purchases that are going through or slipping through the cracks. Hopefully this was helpful. The second e-commerce automation I'd like to cover is the post-purchase automation. This one bundles up multiple workflows within the same canvas. And as you can see, I have an order confirmation. So as soon as someone places the order, we're going to send them a confirmation of the order details. Now, of course, you can do this natively within your shopping cart engine. But if you'd like to maintain all your email communication from the VBOUT platform, you can also do that from here. You also have cross-sell workflow, which is part of it, meaning at a certain point, maybe a day or a week or a month later, we're going to send them some recommendations that are related to that product, to the products they purchased. We're also going to do product review email and an anniversary of the first order. So this one is pretty jam-packed with a lot of good stuff. Let's go ahead and dive right into it. On your VBOUT dashboard from the left, you're going to access automations and automation templates. On this screen, you can either scroll down to find the post-purchase automation, but I have it right here on the top of the list. You can always do some search from the left in case we added more and this changed or reshuffled in the order, or also click on that little option here from the left as a filter tag. I will go ahead and use that automation. Now that it's loaded, I'm going to give it a title, post-purchase automation, sample for course. I always preach naming things in a way that you remember them in other drop downs and even a year later. So be mindful of how you name your automations. As you can see here, I have a pretty branched out workflow. The core or the essence is right here, the completed order trigger. So let me explain to you how I built this. I'm going to zoom out from the bottom right and go to the left panel under triggers to find my completed order trigger. So that's what VBOUT waits for. As soon as someone finishes the order, checks out, the order is completed, we're gonna trigger that automation, okay? So I'll drag that from the left and drop it to the right. So what I'm doing now is I'm actually mimicking the same workflow you have right here, okay? All right. The next thing I have, you can see I'm branching out to the top to add someone to a retargeting ad. So if you want to add your clients or anybody who makes a purchase to a retargeting ad campaign, we call this sync to third party on VBOUT. So the top branch that you see here, this is an internal automation that syncs the person that purchased the products or completes the order to a third party, which is a retargeting ad, and also adds a tag as a client. Okay. From the actions on the left, I'm going to go ahead and put in sync to third party and then add tag. And I simply link them up by clicking on the object and dragging that black arrow to the next action that needs to take place. Okay. So again, what I'm doing now is I'm trying to rebuild what you see on top. Now you don't have to do this. This is totally optional. If you're not using any ad retargeting audiences, if you don't have any tags, you can skip this part altogether and just move on to send out email confirmations and such. Okay. From the left, I will drag a delay, and I don't have to put a delay. I just like to give it a minute before that confirmation gets delivered, just in case the person was too busy to check the email. So you can give it a delay, or you can simply send an email. Let me go ahead and skip the delay, just so you can know that it's so flexible. You can just adapt it to what you want to do. Now here I'm gonna add an email. And one quick thing that you'll notice, I have a Twilio SMS and a browser push in tandem as well, which are optional, and they're branching out or happening at the same time, as you see here. Okay. So exactly what you see on the top right here, I have them replicated on the bottom. Okay. Now I can continue building this, but for the sake of this demo and time, I will just remove what I have on the bottom and explain to you what I got on the top. Okay. The essence here is to learn that you drag the actions from the left. Of course, you have the trigger first and foremost, and then you link them up together. Okay. I will remove this and start with the top options. Okay. Now that action of multi-selecting is available on Windows machines. I simply hit the shift, hold it down, and then click and drag whatever I want to multi-select. And this allows me to do a few things like copying and pasting and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. So instead of having to rebuild a lot of this stuff, I can simply copy it and paste it. Okay. These are available on Windows machines. Mac does have some of these shortcuts, but the key might be different. It might be Command, I believe, Command down. Now to explain what's going on after completed purchase, waiting a minute, sending an email, waiting 7 days, sending, what we're going to do here is the review requests. So we're requesting review 7 days later. And then another 7 days later, we are sending the upsell or the cross-sell, to be more specific. Cross-selling is where we are recommending products that resemble or are related to what you currently ordered or the last order you've placed. Okay. Now, if you're confused as of what comes before, you simply double-click this note, and you can see here what we've included. This one is a thank you order confirmation. This one is the review request email, and this one is the cross-sell email. Okay. Again, the timing, the channels you'd like to deliver the messages on, the delays, and everything you see here are fully editable. Maybe your product takes 2 weeks to ship, so you don't want to send the review 7 days later, right? It might be worth waiting a little bit longer. Perhaps your cross-sell can even come in before the review request. You can even combine them together in one email. You can ask for a review and you can recommend products. Although for me, I'd like to keep them separate, and I like to keep my emails with one CTA and one CTA only. But to be honest, this is totally up to you. It is a personal preference. Okay. Now, so what I covered so far is the order confirmation right here. Okay, that's the first part of the sequence. The second part is the review request right here. The third part is the cross-sell, which is right here. And finally, what I'm doing 365 days later of the order, I'm sending a thank you or a 1-year anniversary email to that person. Email, SMS, and browser push as well. Okay. Now, of course, the person needs to be opted into the browser push. So that's key to delivering browser push messages, of course. Okay. Now, you don't have to do the anniversary of the last order, although it's a good idea. These are options that I know works for some e-commerce companies, but if it doesn't work for you, all you need to do is simply delete these. Okay. Let's say I don't want SMS or I don't want web push. Very simple. Okay. All right, now that I mapped this out, and hopefully I didn't make you dizzy moving the screen around too much, I'm going to zoom back in. Okay. And I'm going to start configuring my steps. So I'll double click on the completed order. And this is going to give me the trigger label. This is for my own reference and analytics. So I'm going to do it for course purposes. I have to select my domain where my e-commerce reside. And VBOUT does support multiple domain and multiple shops. So in this case, I'm just going to choose this. Okay. I'm going to choose the launch trigger on, meaning when to activate this workflow. It has nothing to do with the orders of people. This has to do with when to activate this entire workflow. Now you can do it one time only per person, or you can do it each time the person completes an order. And the reason we separated them is because if you want to do review requests, cross-selling, that sort of stuff, some companies prefer to do it just upon the first purchase, while others like to do it every time. So if you want to do it upon each purchase, you add it here. If you just want to do it one time per contact, then you click this option. Okay. Now, to be careful here on order confirmation. Obviously, if you want to send order confirmation from VBOUT, you have to do with each completed order. Otherwise, the person will simply get one email for the first order, and the future ones, this will not be triggered. So be mindful of that. Yeah. And then you have apply to historical data. So if you'd like to go back in time to see every single order that was placed in the past, so this can go back indefinitely. I'm sure you don't want to do that, so I would keep it at no and just wait for future order completions to happen and save. Okay. Very easy. Now I did skip, if I double click on it, the target segment, because I'm not filtering by specific segment, but if you want to, you can always do things like if someone answered a specific question, or the last abandoned cart value, geolocation, etc. So you can have some hyper target filtering, but we're gonna just keep it to all contacts for now. Okay. Now if you'd like to completely separate the order confirmation and make it happen each time, while the cross-sell and the review only once, what you can do as a little trick is go back to triggers, drag in the completed order as you see here, and then make that connect to the delay and remove this completely. So now I created two different automations within the same workflow, or actually two workflows within the same automation. One of them will execute every time to send them a confirmation email. The other one will execute just once to send them the review and cross-sell. Okay. Again, this is a little trick if you feel like you want to keep one repeating and want to execute just one time. I'm going to stick to my initial setup, and that's it. Now I'm waiting 1 minute. I will remove it for the time being. because I'd like to show you how this looks like. And here I'm gonna double click on the email to configure that email. Okay, now I don't have an email created, so let's go ahead and create a template together. Okay, I'm gonna call this order confirmation test. Thank you for your order. And I can plug in someone's name here. I do know my shortcodes at this point, but for the sake of ease, I'll show you how to do it. You can click on this icon from the right and insert someone's name within the body. Okay. I can also perform some things like this: proper first name, so I can capitalize the first letter, because some people use autofill and stuff like that. Maybe they have the first name lowercase. It looks nicer if you capitalize the first letter. So I have these properties available on the top right corner. Simply click here, search for Personalize, and you'll see here personalization options. Okay. Now from name, I can say Rich from shop. These are obviously from email reply to. Once I configure all of these, I go to the next step. Now, always send from a person. Don't do things like no reply. I personally don't like it. I would like to have options when I receive emails to reply directly to that email. Okay. Now, as you can see, I have themes I can start from. I have pre-existing templates that I've created. I have older automations that I actually created, and this is one of them. It says abandoned cart sample. So I can pull that up and actually start working from it, which is what I'm going to do. I can go back to my previous email campaigns. These are my newsletters that I've sent, and recycle that. And also have my new design to begin from scratch. And this sample, I'll just make my life easier and replicate an existing template, which is the abandoned cart. All right. Now here you see in the middle, I have my abandoned cart content. So I'm going to swap it with a completed order. From the left, I'm going to click design element, and I will scroll down to my e-commerce section and find the object here, last order details. Okay, two separate widgets. Very important to note, guys, because this one is an abandoned cart, this one is a completed order. So let me remove the abandoned cart. And now here I have, as you can see, some placeholders for what the order, because every person will have a completely different view of the order depending on their cart. But to configure it, I have to complete a few steps from the left. So I click on it. The system on the left is going to show me first the style tab, and that collapses, by the way. And I can change, descriptions. If I don't want descriptions, or I want to change the font, I can control it from here, so you can adapt it to your own font library, sizes and colors and so on. Okay. Now, if you'd like to control the settings, you can go ahead and click on that, and you can view the store name. This is important. You have to choose the store you're using. You can have a compact view or with tiles. These are just two different styles that we use. I'll keep it at compact. And then below, we can actually add some variations to it if needed. The unit, image, quantity, size. So we give you granular control over what you like to show on that receipt. Okay. If I apply the changes, that will save my configuration, and I'm pretty much good to go. Okay. Now you might see the $sign here on this side, but it's going to be transferred into USD format or whatever currency of choice. So just ignore the position of the $sign in this sample. Now I can click back and I can add some more items. Now for instance, let's add a divider below to give it a little space. And if I want, I can do a divider on top, but I think it's fine. Now you see here I have a few e-commerce widgets. For instance, I can recommend products inside the same workflow. I can do related products, for instance. I can do the last viewed products. I can do the last viewed categories. There's quite a few things I can do. What I will do for this example is I'm going to compact the cross-selling within the same email of the upsell or the order confirmation. Okay. And as I clicked on it from the left, you're going to see settings, choose the store, how many products you'd like to recommend, what is the view. I would like to maybe do it tiles because I already have the confirmation right like this. To mix the products for how many categories, and what should we prioritize our suggestions. So VBOUT has its own intelligence, which tracks other purchases from other buyers, and based on what they've purchased along with the same products you have, it's going to recommend similar products. Now this is important to note because the more people use your system, the more the tracker is listening to all these activities, the smarter these suggestions will become. So I will do things like based on the last completed purchase and apply settings right here. Now don't worry about these placeholders. As I mentioned, once that email goes out, it should technically recommend products according to my visits with the e-commerce site. Okay. Now to make it a little bit more realistic, I'm going to go to my design option here and drag in maybe like a heading and say you might be interested in. All right, so just to be clear on the styling, you have full control over this from the left, like the color of the buttons and so on. So don't worry if you see a color that you don't like. This is fully customizable from here. Okay. And I'll go ahead and save. Next, and that's it. I will switch back to my open tab because the automation is actually waiting, and click refresh. This will pull up the order confirmation that I just created. And voila. Awesome. It is ready to execute. Now I will go ahead and save it. Okay. So what I've done here is technically I took this step right here and compacted it into the same order confirmation. My recommendation is to keep the order confirmation clean because when somebody just made a purchase, you might want to wait a few days or a couple of weeks before you send them other recommendation. However, I'm just doing this for the sake of testing because I'd like to show you how this looks like, right? So let me go ahead and remove this and keep these two for now. And as far as the Twilio SMS and the web push, these will actually have to be links to my cart. They won't include much details on the order, but you can do things like, for instance, let me show you create SMS. So all I did is double clicked it and then click that option here to create a new one. All right, so I can do order confirmation SMS sample test, again for my own reference. I'm gonna choose just a quick phone number that I have for testing, and then I will say thank you and include the first name, proper first name, close that. Same personalization options available here and the same library to make it proper. For your order, click here to view details. Okay, unfortunately there is limited space in SMS, as you know, so this will not be including any order details. So you would have to put in things like your cart account or something like that. Okay, so if I go to my login screen, so sometimes they redirect to the login screen or to your slash account, so you have to get that from your shopping cart. Okay. I always like to say reply stop to opt out, just to be fully compliant with SMS. And if you'd like to add some UTM tracking for your own Google Analytics, you can activate that and plug in the sources and the content and so on. Okay, so you can do source VBOUT and this UTM medium. The term could be ecom, and the content could be order conf. In campaign, this is post purchase. Again, these terms could be specific to you. Feel free to either activate it and add your own, or to keep it disabled. And create. Perfect. I will refresh, click back, and order SMS. And that's it. Browser push is the same exact thing as SMS, so I'm not going to cover that. And for the sake of just speed, what I'll do right now, I'm going to save it and place an order so I can see how the order looks like. But in your case, you're going to have to configure the other items. For instance, 7 days later, you can ask a review, and you can say, thank you, John. Please click here to leave us a review. You can either send them to the product pages, order confirmation where you have a review, or you can send them to, let's say, a Facebook channel to leave a review there. So you choose that user experience, where to send them to, and obviously depending on your cart, if you're set up to leave reviews or not. Okay. Same thing with the 365 days later. You can say something in the email in the same aspect of, thank you, John, for your loyalty. Last year on this time, you placed an order with us. We just want to tell you that we're thankful, and here's a coupon. Here's a message from our CEO, etc., etc. Okay, so you can get really creative with this. I'm going to go ahead and launch this for now. But actually, before I do that, I want to show you the synchronize third party because it's so simple. When I double clicked it, I have retargeting audience. So I'll choose my target audience, and I'm going to choose where to send this person to. So I'm adding that record to my automation, or actually to my retargeting. Now be mindful, if you already have people who abandons a cart, part of an automation that sends their details to retargeting, you can remove that contact from the database. So if I say remove, I will remove them from an ad set serving that particular audience. Okay, and this is to avoid, ads that are really custom tailored for abandoned cart visitors. So if in the case they place an order, they won't be getting the same ad over and over. Okay. So it doesn't only support adding people to an audience on Facebook and AdWords, it actually supports removing them from that audience. Now I'm going to go ahead and publish, save and exit. Okay, so our automation is ready. I enabled it here just to be sure it's waiting. I will go to my shopping cart sample that I have, and I will complete an order to see how this will show up on my side. Okay. Now here I have my cart ready. I'm going to move into the checkout. And that's it. The order has gone through. I'm just going to wait for a minute until this gets picked up by the system, and I'll show you how the emails look like. All right, so I got the order confirmation, which I've set up. Everything seems to be good. The order number has reflected. Now you'll notice here my descriptions are pretty long, so if you guys have long descriptions, I highly recommend hiding them from the campaign itself. You can actually disable descriptions and keep the title. Now below I have my you might be interested in, and this is super important to note. I mean, inside your cart, you have to have images for all products. If you're unsure, and some products have images, others don't, I would say turn off the image products or work on getting them all together. As you can see here, I have some test data, so it looks pretty messy. If I had hidden my description and just kept proper images, everything would be properly aligned. Okay, so these products were suggested based on other people who bought similar products, like you can see here. Okay, and you don't have to worry about anything like all the descriptions and the copy, the pricing are all being pulled directly from the cart itself. So these are accurate for the most part. Okay. Now the other thing that you'll see under my profile on VBOUT, I have the order just came through right here, and I can click on the details to see what I've ordered. So all the order confirmations should be channeled to my profile on VBOUT along with all the details of that order. And this is how you can set up a full e-commerce post-purchase follow-up, which includes order confirmation, product cross-selling, review requests, which I didn't show you, but you can build 365 days later, anniversary of your first order, and even adding a tag and synchronizing to third party. Hopefully this was helpful. The third automation I'd like to cover under the e-commerce workflows is the loyalty automation. This one works really well, particularly if you want to send special offers, coupons, or access to early releases for those whose lifetime value exceeds a certain amount. When we talk about lifetime value, we're actually totaling the sum of all the orders. For example, if I order 3 times from a particular store and each time it's $100, my total lifetime value is $300. So it's popular with many brands to wait for people to reach a certain number, and then based on that, either put them in a special group, which could be tagging. They could put them in a campaign of itself, give them a special offer, and so on. So let's dive right into it. Under VBOUT from the left panel, you're going to access automations and click on your automation templates. Here you're going to see all the templates that we've pre-assembled for you, which you can choose, or you can even filter on the left under e-commerce. That automatically shows me what I have available for that category, and the one we're going to work with is the e-commerce loyalty automation. Let's go ahead and click on use template. The first thing I will do is change the title to give this automation something I remember anywhere on the platform through drop downs, or even a year from now when I'm looking at my dozens of automations. That's for course. Now here you'll see this workflow. One of them has the note, or one of the objects here is the note, which tells you exactly what this is doing. You can go ahead and edit it and explain to your team, or even leave a note for yourself, what this workflow is about. Okay. If you want to add more notes from the left, scroll down and simply drag and drop a note from here. Now, to summarize what you're looking at, we have a lifetime value match. We're going to wait 1 day. We're going to send an email, a Twilio SMS, and a browser push notifications, and as well as add a tag called the VIP tag. Let me show you how I build this. From the left, I want you to look at the user section. This might change as a label, but you have a custom event, which will always be the same. The second object on the screen is the delay. I switch to actions, scroll down, and drag from the left my delay. Now I'm going to build the messaging involved, so I'll send an email. I also have an SMS and a web push, and these are totally optional, by the way. If you don't want to do SMS, you don't have to. If you don't want to do web push, you don't have to. You can keep it as simple as an email and get creative with this. Okay. Finally, I'm adding a tag to this workflow right here. All right, so let's look at what I've built so far. You'll see a slight change between the bottom and the top. The bottom is branching up and branching down. What I did is just branch up and go forward from there. They will both produce the same exact result, so there's no right and wrong. If VBOUT supports both of these, it's really a matter of preference. I could have even done it slightly differently. I could have done it this way. So what's going to happen in this case is it's going to go through this path. Imagine it's a route. Execute the delay, then the send email, SMS, web push, and then tag. Whereas in this particular case, it's going to get to the email, branches out, send SMS, branches down for the web push, and then executes the add tag. Okay, so it's a slightly different ordering, but they're all doing the same exact thing in a slightly different fashion. Okay, VBOUT supports both of these. You can display them and map them in the way that you prefer to visually see them on this grid. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and remove what I've built so far so I can stick to the existing template, and I will zoom in a little bit. Now if I double click on my lifetime value, the first thing I'm going to see here will be the trigger label, and this is fully configurable. I can change it to anything I want for course test, let's say. Now this is the important part. You're going to see from this drop down a whole bunch of triggers which will be on standby. For instance, not only I can use lifetime value as a filter, I have tag added, I have lead status changed, I have engagement, if somebody's billing country is a specific country, and obviously you have a lot more underneath with e-commerce e-commerce values. In this case, if I scroll to the bottom, I'm going to see my total lifetime value, which is what we're doing here. But I can also search for this, just in case I have too many filters and I'm too confused scrolling down. So by typing life here, it filtered it out and it showed me that. Now the second drop down is saying greater than, less, between. Obviously you can use whatever you want. In this case, I'm going to just do a greater than 500, and I'll just put in $120. I'm doing that because I have one client or one account that has 120, actually 125. So I will just use this test in order for me to execute on this automation. Now, target segments allow me to filter down even more based on specific criteria, but in this case, I don't need that, so I'll just leave it at all contacts. Okay, and save configuration. Very simple. Now here it's waiting 1 day. I will go ahead and change that to maybe a few minutes. And by the way, you don't have to put a delay if you don't like. The delay of 1 day was just, to kind of match people the day before and then send them an email the day after, just in case they made the purchase, let's say now, and they exceeded that lifetime value. I don't want to bombard them with a bunch of emails like the order confirmation and the follow-ups and stuff like that. So I gave them a day in order for them to receive that email the day after they cross that threshold. Okay. Specific time. So let's say anytime. Actually, I'm going to leave it at 1 minute and save. I'm going to double click on send email to choose an email template. I'll have a lot that I've already created. What I'm going to do is use one that I created in a previous module, which is birthday email with coupon. And I'm going to show you how it looks like. Very simple. Obviously, it's not relevant for this case. It should say something, Richard, you are now part of our coupon club or VIP club, whatever terminology you'd like to use. Here's a coupon for you. Okay. I'm not going to go in and build this because I already done this in previous modules. So I'm simply going to recycle this one. Now, if I have an SMS, I'm going to double click it. From the drop down, I'll choose. I have a few templates as well that I've created. So I'm just going to choose one. Let's say the renewal reminder and save configuration. If this person that's matching this lifetime value is also subscribed to WebPush, I can double click on WebPush, and from the drop down, I have one which has, I've created a bunch of them as well. So for this particular one, let's say testing WebPush for course, and let me preview it. This one I included a coupon. You see this short code, which is coupon_code in 2 brackets. So I've already done that for my WebPush. So I'll go ahead and choose it as well. So if I'm subscribed to WebPush, I should be receiving this. And finally, I have the adding tag, which could be anything you want. I've created a VIP label, but you can create loyal customer. You can create anything. Okay. And save. That's it. That's all that's needed for creating this. You can get a little bit more sophisticated and actually add syncing to third party. For instance, you can add them to a retargeting ad on Facebook or Instagram where you have your audiences synced to VBOUT. You can also notify the team or even add them to a special list. So don't feel like you're obliged to follow the template. You can get as creative as you want, and you can add and remove things as it fits your business. The fourth automation I'll cover under e-commerce is the reactivation campaign. Now, this automation looks at the last time one of your contacts, or each contact, engaged with you, and if that surpasses a certain time frame, let's say 3 months, 6 months, a year, we're gonna push them through the workflow. You can look at the last time they purchased. You can look at the last time they visited your homepage, clicked the link, engaged with your brand. So there are multiple options you'd have to decide on. But technically all it does is finds that person who hasn't engaged, sends them an email, adds them to a retargeting audience for Facebook and AdWords, waits 14 days, and then removes them from the retargeting ad, just in case that person didn't engage, the ad wasn't served, the algorithm couldn't find that person. It doesn't make sense to keep them inside an active audience. So that's all it is. Let me dive into the visual workflow and show you how you can do it. On your VBOUT account, from the left panel, you're going to access automations and then automation templates. Now here you can scroll down until you find the reactivation template, or you can search from it from the left in case you couldn't find it amongst the dozens that we have already set up. So I'll do reactivation. Okay, so this is reactivation emails right here. I will go ahead and click Use Template. The first thing I will do is change the title because I want to be able to refer back to this automation from other dropdowns. So it has to mean something to me. So reactivation email sample test for course. And obviously, if you're doing beyond or you're going beyond email, then you can just remove email and just say reactivation campaign. To kind of recap what I'm doing here, I'm using a specific date trigger and then having a delay in between, sending that email that asks them to re-engage or ask them if there's something wrong or how to get back their interest, and then synchronizing them to a third party, waiting 14 days, and then removing from that third party. And I'm going to dive into what that means. The way I build it is from the left, you have triggers. I simply looked for the specific date trigger, dragged it from the left to the right. I switched to my actions tab. I have my delay, which I'm going to add here. And then I'm going to start sending an email. All right. The synchronized third party is after. Wait 14 days. And then again, drag the sync to third party. Okay. So the way I'm building it is I'm just mapping everything visually in my mind, putting them on my board right here. You can call it board, you can call it grid. And then simply I'm linking them via that black arrow. Very easy. Okay. If you prefer to put them one by one and set them up one by one, by all means, this is all personal preferences. I personally drag everything, link them up, and then I start the setup. Okay. So that's what I have here. Same thing that I've added on top. Now, obviously, you can go a lot more than this and add totally SMS if you want. So you can send them an SMS message. You can even do a reactivation for browser push if you want and add that. So it doesn't have to be confined to the template that I'm sharing with you. Keep an open mind as of what you need to accomplish. All right, you have our notes here, which you can double click to kind of read up on what's going on. If you want to add more, switch back to triggers, scroll down and drag the notes option. Now I'm going to start the setup. I'm going to double click on specific date and I will change that title for my own reference. Usually I use this to kind of help me with my charts when I'm looking at the analytics. So I can do engagement trigger test for course. Now this might be a bit long for fitting inside a chart, but for the sake of this demo, I just thought it might be helpful. The second thing I'm going to do is choose from this drop-down my e-commerce list. Okay. And then launch trigger is when I'm going to begin this automation. If I leave it as it is, so if I remove this, it's probably going to pick up today's date, or simply choose today's date to be more accurate here. If you did it in the past, that also executes it on the spot. Okay. Now below it's saying, is this a recurrent action or is it a recurrent date trigger that happens every day at 12 a.m. your time? Or does it execute just one time and one time only and finds everybody who is past due or hasn't engaged with us and then adds them to this workflow? In this particular case, it's going to make more sense if it's recurrent, because if I have someone who is 89 days inactive with us and I'm sending 90-day activation, I have to wait until tomorrow, re-execute this to match that person, right? So with that in mind, keep it on recurrent. Now, the second thing, which is I think very important to note, is the target segment. You have to, and again I repeat, you have to configure that. Now from that drop down, you're going to see the option to choose only contact who match my criteria, match all rules, and then you'll see here last engagement date. So the way I got to here is from the drop down, you'll see something called basic fields. These are technically default fields within VBOUT which you cannot modify. For example, the email of the person is usually unique. You can modify, of course, the email and the full name, but in essence, the basic fields are everywhere on the platform. The first engagement is the first time they engage with you. This could include adding themselves to a list, opening an email, visiting your website. The last engagement is the last time they engage with you, and this includes making a purchase. So the last engagement can be updated according to that. Then obviously you have a lot more. Like if I want to get specific only to those who ordered last, so I'm going to do last, and you're going to see here something called last order date, I believe. Last order date, right here. Very important. Two completely different things. One of them is general to any type of engagement, and if you chose the last engagement, that's what that means. It includes opening an email, clicking on the link, visiting website, making a purchase. But if you do last order date, it only looks at the last time someone placed an order. So they could have been browsing your homepage, engaging with your brand, but not necessarily placing an order. So you have to decide which one you'd like. Okay. So I'm going to do the last order date, and from the drop down, I'm going to choose, today's date is how long after the last engagement. So I have to do is after X days. Very important, after X days. Specify the delay. So if you want it to be 90 days, or you want it to be 6 months, or you want it to be 365, which is a year later, you can specify that length here. So I'll do 365. I think a lot of times it might be like a 90-day reactivation period because it's a quarterly based, depending on the business versus the price tag of your products and so on. 90 days is what I've seen as an average. Now I'm going to have to configure the from date. So from here, you have to choose the last order date. Now I know how this can be a bit unclear, but to kind of clarify what's going on here, I'm checking today's date. If today's date is 90 days from the last order date of that person, I'm going to match them and put them inside the automation. Okay, very simple. Again, I'll repeat one more time. Under the trigger criteria, I'm looking into my e-commerce list for anybody that made a purchase. I'm executing this every day on every single contact inside my e-com. Once I find someone whose last order date is 90 days from today's date, I'm going to include them inside this workflow. As long as you understand how this picks up the data, I think the rest is very easy. Now to show you what I mean by the last order date, I'm going to go back here. This is a lead profile. And from the left, you're going to see June 17, 2020, 4:53 p.m. This is the last seen, which technically matches my last order date. I placed an order about an hour ago as a test, and that automatically updated that last seen date. Okay, and that's exactly how that works. So if I haven't engaged at all, let's say a year from now, this date will be still the same, and this will pick up it picks me up as a profile I haven't engaged. I think I am over clarifying here, but I think it's better to be safe to make sure you understand how this logic works. Now I'm going to add a delay because it executes at midnight. The delay just specifies the exact time. You can see here everything's 0 because it runs every day. So every day at 3 p.m. is when I'm going to send out that email. Then I have to double click on that email to choose a template. Choose one of them. Let's say the abandoned cart sample, and you can preview. If you'd like to create that email, click that call to action called create new automation template. The next thing is sync to third party. If I double click it, I'm going to see my synced Facebook and Google ad campaigns. And if I choose them, they're gonna display all the custom audiences that I created. Okay. So let's say this one. And if I want to, I can actually add another one for Facebook, because this action takes just one channel at a time. I can add one for Facebook and another one for AdWords. Now, 14 days later, I can remove that person from that retargeting ad, because I think if you're serving an ad on an ongoing basis that's custom tailored to inactive people, and 14 days later, that should be enough window to realize if they're going to engage or not, if they click or not, which in this case updates their last engagement date. If they haven't done anything, that I think it might be good to just sunset them completely. Okay. Again, removing them is an option. If you want, you can do that by clicking on, in this case, the Facebook, select an audience, and remove right here instead of add record. That's it. Very easy. So I recap one more time. The engagement is finding anybody who's been inactive for 90 days. This one is primarily on order date, not general engagement. I'm going to send them an email, add them to retargeting on AdWords and Facebook, wait 14 days, and then remove them from the Facebook retargeting ad. And I'm assuming to continue this properly, I would have to remove them from the AdWords retargeting ad. And this will button up the logic. Now, reactivation campaigns are very easy to set up and can be very effective. You can add a tag to them if you'd like from the left. Let's say adding a tag as inactive. You can add them at this point. You can assign this to someone on the team. Perhaps you have an SDR who can do a phone call. Or you can simply let it be at that and just move on. Sunset policy automation. This is an internal workflow that helps you find any people or any contact that haven't engaged with any of your emails in the past and add them to a suppression list. Now, you can take a little bit more forgiving route, and instead of adding them to a suppression list, add a tag on their profile as an inactive user. Now, you might ask, what is the difference between a suppression list and a tag? Suppression list is technically making the person fully unsubscribed so they will never receive future emails from you. Whereas if you add a tag without adding them to the suppression list, will allow you to create segments and occasionally, maybe once a month, once a quarter, try to reactivate those dormant, unengaged contacts. So it's totally up to you. I'm going to cover both cases. So to give you the flexibility really to build your own policy. And obviously based on the country you are in, based on your compliance inside your privacy and terms, you have to, or you might have certain requirements, such as if someone haven't engaged with you for an entire year, you're going to add them to a suppression list. So these are some of the things you might consider, whether you're GDPR, CCPA, or other compliance, or working in a different compliance environment. What you need for this is a recurrent date trigger and an active suppression list. Very simple. Let's go ahead and dive right into it. On your VBOUT account, under your automations from the left, you're going to click on automation templates. We have a whole bunch, as you can see here, for your convenience. You can either search on the left using that search toolbar or using any of the pre-existing filters. The what I'm looking for is a sunset policy, and I do see it right here. So I'll simply click Use Template. What I'm going to do on the top, I'm going to call it Sunset Policy Automation. And as I always preach, give it the proper name. You really don't want to have something or a workflow that you will never identify from dropdowns. So in this case, I'll just append to it testing for course. Now here you see a note, which you can double click to kind of get the details of what this is about, and edit it to leave notes for yourself or for your team members. You can always add more notes from the left. Simply scroll down to the bottom, drag the note, and double click it so you can add notes to it. Now here you have a specific date trigger. I'm gonna dive into the details. The way I got here is from the left panel, I scroll down to the time trigger, dragged it to the grid. Then I'll switch to actions. You can see right here. So I'm gonna scroll all the way up, actions, and then add tag. There's an option for that. And finally, adding to a list. So I'll drag from the left and drop it right here. So I'm mimicking what you see here to show you how I did it. The second thing I do is add or link them up with this URL. And I think the flow is ready. Now I need to set up every single part of it. All right. Let me go ahead and remove the top one so I can show you the settings of the one below. If I double click on the specific date, this is important, the trigger label and the target list. So on the trigger label, I can change that to my own reference so it can show up better on analytics. I will choose my target list. So let's assume I have a list called all my contacts, or I can choose a specific one if I'd like. Launch trigger is when do you want to begin this workflow. If you leave it empty, it's going to execute immediately. If you put it in the future, it's going to execute on the day you choose here. The other part that's really important is to choose when to execute it. So what I did, I chose recurrent Monday. So every Monday, this automation is going to run. Okay? Very, very important, guys. Recurrent means it's going to repeat which day of the week. Over here, I put Monday. If you'd like to do it a different day, if you'd like to run it every day and be very strict about that, by all means. I did it Monday because usually sunset policies are not as strict in a sense where, you know, you can run it once a week and just clean up your list. In the target segment, and this is critical, I clicked on it and chose only contact who match my criteria below. Okay. Now what I'm doing here is I'm checking the sign up date of the person, because what I'd like to do is go back 180 days, and in the case that there are no emails opened from that particular contact, then only in that case push them through the workflow. So what this filter is doing is simply scrolling down under basic fields, sign up date. This is the date that contact was added to your database. Whether you imported them, they filled out a form, you used an API to send them over to us, it doesn't matter. This is the sign up date of that lead. And you see here is after X days, 180 days of the sign up. So this is editable, as you can see. And that filter is really important. I chose is after X days. So the way I read this is technically if today's date is 180 days after that person signed up. Okay, so now all I'm doing is configuring the trigger. So it finds the person inside that list called leave as a feedback, whose sign up date is 180 days ago. Okay. The second option you'll see here is email unopened. So I double click it, and I'm clicking the arrow in this case, right? If you don't know how I got here, let me close it again. I simply hovered over and I click that setting, or I can double click the arrow. Both of these do the same thing. Okay, I'm gonna remove it and show you how I added it. I click add new, and from the drop down I can scroll down and get to that condition, which is, you can see it here under the section of email engagement, email unopened, and the condition is any email. So this gives me a list of every single newsletter, every single automation templates I have, everything in my database really. And I'm saying to the system, if that person never opened any of the campaigns, then move on to add a tag. Okay, very easy. The second thing I did is adding them to the suppression list, or actually adding a tag in that case. If I double click it, I can add a tag that said inactive. And by the way, you can stop here and do a comma, I can literally just stop here if I want to, and then create segments of people according to that, or I can continue and simply add them to a suppression list. Again, you have to have your suppression list active to find it on VBOUT. So a suppression list is a special kind of list that when you add someone to it, they will never receive email from us, even if you mistakenly in the future added them to another list. Okay? Very important to choose that. Don't choose anything else. It has to be the suppression list. And save. That's pretty much it. That's all it takes to create that workflow. You can decide if you want to be strict and add them to suppression list, add a tag without adding them to suppression list and then creating segments accordingly, or do both. This is your choice. Hopefully this was helpful. Guided onboarding drip or automation. This is a great way to send your new clients, new signups, a series of emails that's going to teach them how to use your platform, how your service works, or simply use it to onboard your employees if you have an employee onboarding process. So you can get really creative with this. All you need is a sign up to a list trigger or joined. So when people are added to a list, triggers the sequence. You also need all your email messages. You can even use SMS and web push, but for this one, I'm just sticking to email to make it easy. We can use the notify team option if you'd like to notify teams when new signups come through. And obviously you have the option to create a task in the pipeline. Okay. Now I'm approaching this in a way where you have a form that you have on your website. People fill out the form to sign up to your service. And based on that, we're triggering it. But you technically can use it if you have the direct communication with the client and you've brought them on board. Simply add them to a list and it should trigger this whole thing. Let's dive right into it using our visual builder. On your VBOUT account from the left, you're going to go to Automations, Automation Templates. You can either search from the left by clicking Education or any of these tags. And of course, you have a search filter. If I scroll down a bit, I'm going to see the guided onboarding automation. And if I call the automation here and drip there, these are actually the same thing. We use these terms interchangeably. Okay, so don't get confused. I'm going to click Use Template. The first thing I'll do on the top is give it a proper name. So I can call it Guided Onboarding Automation for Course. And the naming is super important, so you can reference back to this through other dropdowns, other sections on the system, or even a year from now if you have built dozens of these automations. Now let me explain to you what's going on the screen. The first is signing up to a list right here. So people are added to a list. I'm branching out to the top to notify the team of that new sign up and creating a task in our pipeline, the VBOUT task pipeline. 5 minutes later, I send that person the welcome email. And then 2 days later, I'm going to the top flow here and to the bottom. I'm going to show you what I'm doing here. If I go through the top, I have waiting 2 days and then checking on the arrow, very important, if the email was open. Only if it's opened, send them sequence number 2. Wait 2 days, send them email number 3. Wait 2 days and email number 4. Now, what's the rationale behind the 2 days delay? This is totally up to you. I put 2 days just as a default. In your case, you can do it a day, you can do it 3 or a week. This really depends on how you're onboarding the contact. And the reason behind adding an email open is that usually when the person opens up the first email is a good indication is if they're going to be consuming the rest of the stuff. So if they haven't opened the first email, I'd like maybe to take them through a slightly different process, or maybe that first email here could be a parent of this one that says, I noticed that you haven't really engaged with us. I would like to make sure that you're interested in receiving our guided onboarding process, and so on. Okay. Now, it could be the same exact on the top. You don't have to have this filter that checks if they opened it or not. This is just to show you the flexibility of the system, that you can branch out, wait 2 days, and check if they opened that previous email. Okay. If they opened it, continue. If they haven't, then resend them maybe the first email with a slightly different content, modified content of it. Okay. If you'd like to keep it simple, all you need to do is just X this out, double click on this arrow, and you see here it says email opened because I have a drop down of all the filters I can add. I have it under email engagement, email opened, and of course you'll need to choose that previous email you set up. I can remove it and save, and that literally just executes this whole thing regardless if they did open it or didn't open. Okay. So feel free to kind of approach this and adapt it to your own need. If you'd like to have this conditional split, you would do it the same way that I showed you before, which is going this way to the bottom route and to the top route. Now, if some people add even more conditions, they could add, let's say, only if they did open an email, and perhaps I'm going to choose one just randomly here from my course test. And this shows you the importance of naming because I have online course and I have all of these. So you see the names help me identify what I'm looking for. Okay. And I can add to this, maybe visited my homepage. So if you add more filters or multiple filters, you can match an and condition here. It's going to make sure that the person have done both of these to continue versus or they just need to match at least one of these to continue. So be mindful of these, the matching process here. Okay. Now, I have a note here, which if I double click, you're going to see some details on it. I can edit note to leave notes for myself and for my team. And you'll notice we put something in the note in terms to synchronizing signups using Zapier. So if you're using the VBOUT forms, there are no integrations needed. But if you have your own platform or you have your own CRM and so on, and you'd like to send us that contact via API, then you can use that Zap or our open API as well. Okay. And the way I built this, just to kind of mimic the process from the left, you're going to see here the joined, which I'm going to drag it and drop it. I'll switch to actions and drag the delay. Go to my email on the left, drop it, and I'm continuing the flow the same way. So add a delay again, scroll up, send email. Right, very simple drag and drop process. I'll choose the action that I would like to do. And once I've finished kind of adding them here, I'll simply click on the trigger, link it. Click on the delay, get that black arrow, drag it and link it to the next step. And the system follows the arrow sequentially. So however you set it up, it's going to just follow that particular order. Okay. If you think there are other things you want to do, for instance, you can add a tag at this point. You can synchronize to an ad on Facebook or AdWords. So we have a custom audience synchronization process. Okay. I guess what I'm trying to do here is show you the onboarding guide can really be as flexible as you want it to be. I'm giving you the shell for it, but you'll adapt it to your own business needs. And you can even branch out beyond just the 4 email drips. You can actually have a sequence of 15 tutorials. Like I just got from Google AdWords my 19th tutorial on how to use AdWords, for example. And they've been sending me this content over the course of 3 months. So there's no right or wrong. This is really up to you, depending on your business, your requirements, how much content you have, of course, and how often you want to send those emails. Okay. Now I'm going to remove what I just built to kind of click on a few things here that could be relevant to you. Zoom back in from the bottom. So always the first thing you need to do is to configure the trigger. So if I double click it, it's going to tell me the trigger label. This is fully configurable for your own reference. It helps with analytics and such. So if you want to do it, new client sign up, anything you call it here will reflect on the analytics page later. you're going to choose your target list. So if you created a list on VBOUT, which is called new client sign up, then obviously you'll see it here. Let's just choose one right away here. I have a Calendly synchronization. So I can say each time someone books a Calendly, I'm not going to go back historically in time, because what this does is goes back into everybody inside that list that's on already exists and executes this, versus clicking on no and waiting for future signups. Okay, very important. Keep it at no as it is with the default if you'd like. I don't have any target segments here. I'm targeting everyone. But if you'd like to add additional filtering on the trigger level, and again, I repeat, on the trigger level, switch to action. From the drop down, you're going to choose any of these awesome filters we offer. Okay. So this gives you flexibility to add filters and fine tune sort of who you're targeting. I'll keep it to all. So anybody that joins, I'm going to put them to that group. Okay. Now the notify team, if I double click it, it's going to show me the recipients, or the ability to add recipients separated by comma. So this supports as many as you want. They don't have to be part of the system. They just have to be valid emails at this point. And you can insert shortcodes to customize the content of the message. So things like names and details of the submission. Now, what you can do here, you have to find the list we're working with, which I believe was the Calendly one. So you see right here. And I only have about 3 fields. So you can leverage those fields here to show them for the recipients. Okay. You can do things like this, rich at VBOUT, and separated by a comma. Perfect. I have the create new task. If I double click it, it's going to show me some additional details. So I can say new sign up. So what you're seeing here is a static value, but I can add dynamic ones exactly from here, like the list Calendly booking, choose maybe the last name. So now when this appears on my pipeline, it's going to have a static new sign up and then the value of the person that signed up. Here I'm going to assign it to myself or someone else on the team. What kind is it? These are just task types. Which pipeline, and I have multiple pipelines, which is pretty cool. I can have one for onboarding, for instance here, and I can say this is session 1. Okay. All of these stuff are customizable using our pipeline manager. If you don't have it installed on your system, you can actually access it using the add-ons section. So go from the top, add-ons, and install it directly from there. And our pipeline is pretty robust, so you can kind of use it for your own soft CRM purposes. You can use it for your own processes, and it's really easy. You can drag and drop and manage it visually. You can leave the rest as they are because it gets stamped with the date if you leave it empty. And you can leave notes to your team members. So you can say, this is to follow up. ... That's it. Now to configure the delay, I'm going to double click it and choose how many minutes after the sign up came through to send out that emails. This is up to you. You can leave it at 1 minute. You can make it 5. You can make it an hour. This is fully customizable here. To configure the email, I double click it and then I'm going to use from my drop down whatever emails I have created. So I've done a whole bunch of these in the previous modules. Let's say I want to do the abandoned cart one. You can see sample for course. Let me show you how this looks like. Very basic email. Obviously in this context it doesn't make sense, but if you have, you know, the first module, the second module like this, you can use them or choose them directly from here. Lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3. Okay. And that's where the naming is super important, because then you'll know exactly which series goes first. Now double clicking again, wait 2 days to configure it. And you see here I have 2 days at 12 p.m. So I specified the time. If you leave it empty, what's going to happen, it executes at midnight and sends that email at midnight. So I highly recommend choosing a time. And the second important thing I did here is I added the filter after the delay. This is because I want people to have 2 days to engage with this email here, right? If I'm checking the fact of people opening or not opening this email, ideally I want to give them 2 days to do it. If I have put the condition prior in this arrow right here, then what's going to happen is that's not enough time for them to open. They're not going to match. So obviously that's going to be, it's really going to get them out of the sequence without giving them enough time. All right. Similarly with the path you see below. Now, if you want to add SMS to it, I can go to the left, add SMS. And now I'm delivering the same content via email and via SMS. Of course, I'm assuming you're going to get the proper consent to send SMS. And if that's the case, you can leverage those two channels side by side. And this is it. This is how you can create guided onboarding through VBOUT. Get creative with this. I think your clients, users, employees can find so much value in this. Hopefully this was helpful. Website engagement alerts. This particular workflow relies heavily on how users are engaging with your website, whether they're visiting specific pages, they're clicking on links, spending a certain amount of time on your website, and so on. And it's very simple to set up. All you need to do is have the active VBOUT tracker on your website, which is a snippet of code that looks like Google Analytics and tracks the visitor's activity. And if you need help on that, our team will help you set this up. It takes literally less than 1 minute to do. The second thing is having a custom event trigger within VBOUT, and I'm going to explain what that is. You need to decide which channels to deliver the messages on: email, web push, SMS. And optionally, you can add things like assigning a pipeline activity for someone on the team. So let's dive right into it. From your VBOUT account under automation, you're going to click on automation templates and scroll down until you see the web engagement automation. Now you can also search from these filters we have on the left. So if I do website and search, it immediately filters out and gives me that option. I'm going to go ahead and use template. Now you might notice here I call it website engagement alerts. If you see different naming by the time you're consuming this content, it's primarily because we're always changing or tweaking bits and pieces of these based on client feedback. But overall, it will be website engagement alerts, website activity alerts, etc. Let's go ahead and use that template. The first thing I'll do is change the title. So this is web engagement email for testing course. Because I like to name my assets in a way where I remember them a year later from any drowned out on the system. And I've been preaching a lot on this in the last 20 or so modules that I covered. So for this particular flow, what you see is somebody reaching a goal, and I'm going to explain what that is in a second, or custom event trigger. And the way I build this is very easy. From the left, you're going to go to your triggers. You're going to see the reach goal and also the custom event. I'm going to show you exactly what's inside each one of these, but I'm just showing you how I built it and the ease of use with the drag and drop that we have. I'll switch to my actions. I'll search to notify team. This is meaning sending a message to our team that somebody reached that goal. Optionally, I can create a task in my pipeline so maybe someone on sales can follow up with that person. Here I can then add the delay as you see below. So dragging the delay. Scroll up. I'm still under the actions tab. Go to send email and then browser push. And the way I link them, I simply click on the object and drag that black arrowhead to the next item to be executed. And the system always follows the arrow direction. So the way you set it up, starting from the trigger, is the way things are going to get executed. Very easy. Now, if you'd like to, let's say, not use the reach goal trigger and simply use the custom events, you can remove any of these and build things accordingly. Okay. Now, to explain to you what reach goal is, goals are almost like very particular KPIs that are happening between your contacts and your site. For instance, people spending 5 minutes on the website, visiting the last checkout page. It could be filling out a form that's not a VBOUT form. Maybe perhaps watching a YouTube or Vimeo video on your website. So our goal tracking functionality, which is available under your contacts, allows you to track these things. And if I double click on it, it's going to show you all these available goals. So I have one that I've set up when someone spends 5 minutes on my blog, for instance, or on my site. And from the drop down, I'm going to see that particular goal that I've set up right here. Now this one, applied historical data, is asking me, do you want to do this moving forward from the moment you launch this automation, or you want to go back in time and find every person that spent 5 minutes on your blog? I'm going to keep it to the future. In your case, it's always defaulted to no, just to kind of avoid any rollbacks that weren't intended. And you have a target segment here, which lets you filter down a little bit deeper into, let's say someone that has a tag added to their profile on top of that reaching a goal. So it drills down deeper into the contact. If you want to just target everyone that fits that goal, I'm going to keep it at all contact that match that criteria. That's done. Okay. Let me remove the top part so it's not confusing. Right here. Now let's set up the second trigger. It's the custom event. If I double click it, the custom event trigger gives me so many additional options. One of them is destination URL. So let me just make sure this is clear. We have our section called landing pages. These are VBOUT landing pages built and hosted on VBOUT. And I have what I call page view and link clicked. So we can track when the visitor gets to these pages or clicks on the link. There is a second one, which is website engagement. This one is the one you're looking for if you're tracking your website visits. So I can do destination URL on your website, or I can do link clicked on your website. Okay. So please differentiate between the landing page engagement, which are VBOUT built, and your website engagement, which exists on your website. Let's assume you want to create something like destination URL. It matches a specific page and only then notify team. I'm going to assume I have a pricing page, and which I do actually. You're going to notice that filter is contains. I always like to put contains because sometimes we have referral backs like this, UTM equals, etc. So to avoid the exact match, I'm just going to use contains instead. So it doesn't matter what variables I've appended to the URL. Okay. And I'm going to change the trigger label to something that I will understand visiting pricing on VBOUT. Again, I'm going to leave the target segment to everyone and save. Okay. Now that note that you see, I can double click it to read instructions or to leave notes for my team members or for myself, so I can kind of remember what I've built here. Very handy. If you want it, you can keep it, or you can access on the trigger more notes from the left panel. Okay. You can drag it. And sometimes I even do this where I link up a particular object to explain what that is. So it doesn't execute anything besides instructional information. All right, now that these two triggers are set up, I'm going to go ahead and continue. So you see the flexibility of VBOUT. It's literally joining these two. This trigger is going up and moving down, and the same from the top. This is one of the unique features in VBOUT, is we allow you to do this without limitations. But you have to be careful into falling into an endless loop. For instance, I've seen people do something like this, where the send email is going to web push is going to create task, and the task going back to email. So if you do this, the system will probably kill it at the first execution. But you have to be careful. These are just common sense stuff at this point. Okay. Let me roll back. And from here, link it again. All right, so the notify team option is very easy. I double click it. I'm gonna choose the recipient. So I'm gonna do maybe myself, and I can add sales at VBOUT.com. They don't have to be added on VBOUT. They could be anyone, even external members of your organization can have these emails delivered. Now below I have shortcode configuration. This is fully optional too. If you want to customize the body of the message, you can, with a bit of more information on the person. And save. The create task is very easy. I double click it. I'm gonna put in the name. So what I'll do, I'm gonna put the person's first name, hashtag first name, and I know my shortcodes on VBOUT already. If you're wondering how to get access to it, from here you have shortcodes, and every list and every field really. Reach goal. All right. Now I'm gonna assign it to myself or someone else on the team. I can put the task type, which could be follow-up, it could be a deal. These are just some standard labels for filtering. The task board, I have plenty of them. You can have a board specifically for that, which is website activity, or you can have everything channeled to the sales pipeline sample. Okay. The stage is within that pipeline. I have these stages: conversion, decision, consideration, etc. I've built these fully customizable, so I can put them maybe in lead in. You can leave the date stamp here, so it stamps this the moment the person is added, and I can put some notes. This person reached the goal. Please follow up. Very easy. Now below, I'm going to add the delay. And the reason I have a delay is from the moment the person reaches that goal, I would like to ideally maybe give them a few minutes before they get a message back from us. So because the bottom part is facing the client, meaning we're sending them an email, I'm giving a slight delay before they receive a follow-up from us. You don't have to put specific time because it's going to be the moment this is triggered, which means 5 minutes later, and save. Now here I can double click on my send email. I'm not going to dive into creation of the emails. I've done this a few times already in previous sections of this module, but I'll choose something real quick. Now you can have something in your, in the general context of, hey John, I'm wondering if you're interested in further discussion around our pricing. I would love to set up a call with you from one of our success managers, right? So the content is up to you. I'll choose something very basic. This is a template, and save configuration. And finally, the browser push. This is totally optional. If you don't have browser push set up, you can simply click on it and delete it. So you don't need to activate that. And obviously, this is your playground. So if you feel like SMS is the right channel, just drag SMS. If you want to add this person to a retargeting ad for deeper engaged people, because we have audience segmentation here, I'm going to double click it. I'll show you I have my Facebook custom audiences showing up here. So I can add that person to custom audience on Facebook. And you can either stop here or you can continue building this for as long as you want. Okay. Finally, is if all you're doing is checking when people visit a homepage and there's no goals involved, you can remove this and just keep it that way. So again, this is how you can turn your web engagement activity into fully built workflows. It definitely helps you, helps your sales team stay on top of your leads and how they're engaging with your sites. And you can turn it into automated outreach for those clients, as well as internal task assignments for yourself. Hopefully this was helpful. All right, and this sums up all the automations that we'll cover. We covered over 18 of them with the e-commerce broken down in subsections. Now, I want you to keep an open mind as of what you can do with this. These are only few of the things you can do. We didn't even scratch the surface. Everything that you need to apply needs to be specific to your business. You can think really creatively about this. I think by now you have everything you need as far as your kitchen ingredients, the main ingredients to go out and build this on your own. It doesn't have to be any of these. You can think of hundreds of other ways to do it. You can connect APIs, you can use Zapier, you can use many things combined to execute things that I might not even be able to myself. So with that in mind, I want to thank you, and please stay with me as I finish this module with a special message. Hello there. If you've come this far, this means that you've completed the course, so congratulations. On behalf of my team and myself, I want to thank you deeply for taking the time and choosing to enroll in our academy. We really brought together best-in-breed instructors from different industries so they could teach you and share with you the best tactics in lead generation and lead nurture, content, persona, and how to actually go out and implement this hardcore technical setup, right? How to build the funnels, how you can build the workflows. If you're walking away with this with full confidence that you can go out, build a campaign, execute, I think we've succeeded. I'd love to hear your feedback. I'd love for you to go out and tell others if this was valuable to you. And again, I want to thank you for getting this far. Now, I want you to know this is only the beginning. There's a lot more work ahead. I know there's testing, there's implementation, and of course, there's always tweaking to be made. My promise to you is that we're going to be there for you with the freshest content as it comes out. We're going to be there for you to provide technical support from our amazing team that's going to be always be there, as well as anything you need on the strategy side. And when it comes to software, we also got you. This is our core expertise as marketing tech. And with our platform, the VBOUT platform, you can become unstoppable. This toolkit that we're providing you should be what you need to become a marketing superstar. So go out there and crush it, and I really look forward on seeing you on an upcoming event. Thank you.